Senate will come to order. Chaplain Dr. Black will lead the Senate in prayer.
Thank you, sir. Let us pray. God, our Father, thank you for eyes to see and hearts to feel the wonders of your world. Lord, fill our senators today with fresh faith in your power to protect and sustain our nation and world. May they face challenges with the triumphant confidence that no weapon that has been formed can prevail against your eternal purposes. Lord, keep our lawmakers calm in temper, clear in mind, sound in heart, and strong in faith. Enable them to perform faithfully and well what you require, even to do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with you. When this day's work is done, give them refreshment of mind, spirit, and body. We pray in your rejuvenating name. Amen.
Thank you. Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session and resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of the Treasury, Luke Pettit of the District of Columbia to be an Assistant Secretary of the Treasury.
Mr. President,
I recognize the senator from Iowa.
July 4th is supposed to be a day of celebration and patriotism. But earlier this month, left-wing domestic extremists tried to turn that day into a day of tragedy, a day of terrorism. On the evening of Independence Day, a group of Antifa terrorists carried out an ambush attack on immigration custom enforcement facility in El Dorado, Texas. They drew immigration agents outside by shooting fireworks at the building and vandalizing cars in parking lot. Unarmed ICE officials came outside. They came outside thinking they were just dealing with hooligans and not realizing that there were snipers hiding in the trees. The gunmen opened fire, but thankfully, these left-wing terrorists weren't your typical Texas straight shooter. Though they fired 20 to 30 rounds, they failed to kill or critically injure any law enforcement officers. When a shooter's gun jammed, he didn't know how to clear it. So he dropped his weapon and fled the scene. The terrorists tried to hide in a nearby trailer park, endangering residents who were celebrating our nation's founding. Thankfully, the local police were able to detain these violent radicals without harm to any bystanders. This assault on the ICE facility is a direct result of inflammatory rhetoric aimed at our immigration enforcement officers. As you see every day on TV, left-wing street mobs constantly chant that ICE employees and ICE generally is a modern-day KKK. A Democrat congressman recently compared ICE agents to Nazis. I call on my colleagues, both sides of the aisle, to condemn these outrageous attacks and to condemn the left's hateful rhetoric towards the men and women who enforce our immigration laws. I yield the floor. Suggests the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsop Brooks.
President.
I recognize the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, since day one, the Trump administration has been focused on identifying waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal government, something on which I believe the American people agree with him on. And last month, the administration submitted a rescissions package to Congress that would cut somewhere around $9 billion in wasteful spending with a focus on woke and wasteful foreign aid dollars. And we're going to consider that common sense legislation this week. I'd love to report that I expect strong support from senators from both parties. But incredibly, Democrats are melting down at the prospect of even the most minor cuts to federal spending. You'd think we were proposing to defund the entire government from the way they're talking, instead of proposing cuts amounting to approximately 0.1% of the federal budget. That's right, Mr. President, 0.1% of the federal budget. This bill that is inspiring such hysteria in Democrats would cut just 0.1%, or 1/1000th of the federal budget. Now, back in the day, Democrat President Bill Clinton signed into law a rescissions package that was 10 times larger as a percentage of total government spending. Yet today's Democrats can't bring themselves to even contemplate cutting just 1/1000th of the federal budget. And let's remember what kind of cuts that we're talking about here. We're not talking about making difficult decisions about essential federal programs or gutting foreign aid. We're talking about modest cuts to funding that has been used for things like promoting vegan food in Zambia, funding a pride parade in Lesotho, teaching children how to make environmentally friendly, quote, reproductive health, unquote, decisions, making aid more considerate of, and I quote, sexual orientation and gender identity, end quote, funding a One Health workforce curriculum which includes material on, quote, environmental racism, end quote, and the importance of DEI. And, Mr. President, the list goes on and on. Thankfully, the Trump administration has stopped these ridiculous wastes of taxpayer money. Now it's time for those of us in Congress to do our part and make sure that the budget reflects these common sense moves, something that every member of this body should be able to agree on. Mr. President, the United States is facing serious budget issues. We saw an incredible growth in spending under the Biden administration, which took what should have been a temporary elevation in spending under COVID and essentially made that the government's new baseline, permanent spending. In 2024, federal spending was a staggering 54% higher than 2019. My Democrat colleagues may not want to acknowledge it, but we have a serious spending problem in this country, Mr. President. And the very least we can do in response is to target some of the egregious misuses of taxpayer dollars that we are addressing today in this bill. Now, Mr. President, in his recent Dear Colleague letter, the Democrat leader claimed, in defiance of abundant evidence to the contrary, that Democrats, quote, support ridding our federal government of waste, fraud, and abuse, end quote. Well, Mr. President, here's a chance for the Democrat leader and his caucus to put their money where their mouth is. If they really support eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse, they can join Republicans and pass this legislation. Mr. President, I yield the floor and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsop Brooks.
Mr. President,
I recognize the Democrat leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Now, Mr. President, Americans woke up this morning to a troubling headline. U.S. inflation accelerated in June as Trump's tariffs pushed up prices. That's what the New York Times said this morning. We've said from the start that Donald Trump's tariffs are a national sales tax on working and middle-class families. And now, these tariffs are causing inflation to rise, as many of us feared. And there is too large a chance that this tariff increase is just the beginning as increased chaos on tariffs rise. Tariffs raise the price of groceries, add thousands of dollars in additional costs to the average household, and Trump's chaotic approach does nothing to make our economy stronger. Even worse, real wages are down for June as Americans pay more for groceries, electricity, health care costs, and that is before the big ugly betrayal, which will steal people's Medicaid, kill jobs, and jack up people's electricity bills. Remember what Donald Trump said on the campaign trail? He said that if elected, he would bring costs down on day one. It is now the middle of July, inflation is going up, and that is the definition of a broken promise. Now on cuts. Fresh off handling billionaires their largest tax break in modern history, and fresh off passing the most devastating cuts to health care and good-paying jobs ever, Republicans want to do it again. While Republicans roll out the red carpet for billionaires and special interests, they want to cut funding to local news and cut funding for critical foreign aid that keeps China and Russia at bay. Americans rely on public broadcasting for weather alerts, and these cuts couldn't come at a worse time. The disaster in Texas reminds us that accurate and speedy forecasts are vital to protecting our country and the lives of Americans. And public broadcast is vital and public broadcast is a vital and often the only way to get the word out, particularly in rural America. So why the hell is the administration so obsessed with cutting these life-saving services when they are critical for keeping people safe, when we saw, when we didn't have those services working full steam ahead, how many people's lives are endangered and lost in Texas and around the country? Public broadcasting does more. What's happening in their local school boards, for updates on public events, festivals, for educational programming, when we know that traditional television is having a lot of trouble. And to be clear, it's not just local news and public radio stations at risk. This package endangers national security, our own national security. American aid is vital for preventing pandemics and diseases throughout the world. Foreign aid helps farmers. It helps American researchers. It helps U.S. businesses. And more importantly, American aid is vital to holding the line against the Chinese Communist Party and Vladimir Putin. If Republicans eviscerate foreign aid, our adversaries will celebrate America's retreat and move to fill the vacuum. The worst part is that these recession cuts are the beginning only. This package, as bad as it is a piece of a larger puzzle for Republicans. Their goal is to use rescissions, impoundment, and pocket rescissions to eradicate any bit of bipartisanship out of appropriations, and will pave the way for deeper and even more serious spending cuts on things like health care, food assistance, energy, and so many other areas. In fact, many in the Freedom Caucus claim that Donald Trump and Republican leaders promised these deeper cuts by these means in exchange for their vote on the big ugly bill. We know that Donald Trump and Russell Vought want to send another rescissions package later this summer. Are they going to make more cuts to Medicaid? Are they going to make more cuts to education or nutrition services or aid for veterans? Republicans didn't bat an eye when adding $4 trillion to the debt to lower billionaires' taxes, but suddenly, when it comes to local news and rural radio stations, they suddenly balk. They say it's waste. That's disgusting. On FEMA, search and rescue efforts continue in Central Texas 11 days after the devastating July 4th flooding. We continue to pray for every life lost. We pray for the families, and we honor the brave first responders who have been on the ground day after day after day. But honoring those we lost demands accountability. It demands making sure this never happens again. The more we learn about what went wrong, the more one thing becomes painfully clear. Donald Trump, Secretary Noem, and the Department of Homeland Security have failed in their basic duty to protect Americans from natural disasters. After spending months demonizing FEMA, after openly calling for it to be dismantled, after shedding thousands of staff and canceling billions in funding, Trump and Noem's disastrous policies have come back to haunt Americans battered by disasters. This latest tragedy happened in Texas, but the problems go far beyond Texas. This is a nationwide FEMA failure, a systemic issue across the agency that Donald Trump has made much, much worse. So today, I'm calling on the Comptroller General of the GAO, the Government Accountability Office, to immediately investigate, one, how FEMA's funding cuts, staffing cuts, and policy changes contributed to the failures in Texas, and two, to assess the risks their actions pose for future disaster response nationwide. The facts are alarming. FEMA contracts stalled while survivors called for help. Vital staff positions sat vacant. Rescue and recovery efforts were bogged down by bureaucratic choke points. These aren't just breakdowns. They may constitute a dereliction of duty by those entrusted to protect the public in times of crisis. The American people have a right to know, did these reckless decisions cost lives? Are we now more vulnerable when the next storm, fire, or flood strikes, wherever it strikes? A comprehensive and urgent review is not just warranted, it is essential. Americans do not support the administration making radical DOGE cuts to agencies like FEMA. These cuts have devastating consequences in life and death situations like a natural disaster. Americans do not support chaos from the government when disasters strike. They do not support red tape that leaves families stranded and communities battered. Now on DOD and Grok AI. Just days after Elon Musk's AI model Grok glorified Hitler, pushed Nazi propaganda, and spouted anti-Semitism, Elon Musk's company was handed a $200 million DOD contract to deploy Grok in our national defense systems. Soon, the same AI model that called itself Mecha Hitler and recommended a second Holocaust will be used in the Pentagon to address critical national security challenges, quote unquote. This Musk contract is not just wrong, it is not just offensive, it's dangerous. The Trump administration must explain how this happened, the parameters of the deal, and why they think our national security isn't worth meeting a higher standard. On Mike Waltz. This morning, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee is hearing testimony from Donald Trump's nominee for U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Mike Waltz. If that name sounds familiar, it's because the same Mike Waltz was fired as the National Security Advisor a few months ago after sharing military plans in a group chat with a journalist on Signal. Mr. Waltz was part of the crack team that has grossly mismanaged national security during the opening months of the administration, from Signalgate to Ukraine weapons and intelligence pauses to outsourcing Air Force One to a foreign country. He must directly answer for these debacles in front of the American people before assuming a critical role on the world stage. With so much going on around the world, and with Mr. Waltz with Mr. Waltz, with so much going on the world, with so much going on around the world, Mr. Waltz must acknowledge these failings and prove he's ready to collaborate with our partners and go toe-to-toe with our adversaries at the UN. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
Hurry up.
Mr. President.
I recognize the Republican whip.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, it's astonishing as I come to the floor to listen to the Democrat minority leader. We just heard his comments about foreign aid keeping Russia and China at bay. If it were only the case. The minority leader has a long and spirited history of wasting American taxpayer dollars. Now he wants to send taxpayer dollars overseas to pay for climate projects and vegan food programs. Apparently that's what he means when he talks about foreign aid keeping Russia and China at bay. He forgot to mention that he wants to spend $500,000 to put electric vehicles, electric buses, on the streets of Rwanda. He forgot to mention that he wants to spend $6 million on net zero cities in Mexico. He forgot to mention that he wants to continue to spend over $100,000 for media training in Liberia. Mr. President, I ask, how does that keep Russia and China at bay? Failed to mention that he wants to continue to spend $3.3 million on civic engagement in Zimbabwe. Didn't say any of that because there's no good reason at all for that kind of wasteful Washington spending. None of this spending helps farmers or ranchers in my home state of Wyoming. None of this spending helps struggling families. In November, Americans voted to end this wasteful Washington spending. The voters got it right. Chuck Schumer gets it wrong. How many people went to the polls and told politicians to spend $7.4 million of their hard-earned money on teaching foreign countries about environmental racism? No one. Democrats love to hide behind fear-mongering, and that's what the minority leader has done again today. Democrats never stand up and defend their spending on the merits. I don't see Democrats coming to the floor and talking about those projects that they want to see continued because they know it doesn't hold up to the least amount of public scrutiny. The American people look at this, and for them the issue is quite simple. Their taxpayer dollars are being wasted and have been wasted for a long time, and the Democrats in this body want to continue wasting them. We still have families digging out from the worst inflation in 40 years. We have cities overwhelmed by illegal immigrants and the crime that they are bringing to these communities. People deserve to have their taxpayer dollars spent on issues that are focused on their priorities. President Trump sent Congress a proposal to rein in some of the worst wasteful spending. How did the Democrats respond? Well, they're threatening to shut down the government of the United States. Democrats are fighting tooth and nail to protect programs most Americans didn't know even existed, and they wouldn't support if they knew they existed. And that's what we're doing today, is exposing some of these terrible programs and wasteful Washington spending. It's indefensible what's happened with spending in the past in the last administration. Look, if we have another Schumer shutdown, we've had one before, if we have another one, the American people will pay a heavy price. Seniors who rely on Social Security, military families living paycheck to paycheck, and Border Patrol agents will be forced to work without pay. Why? So the Democrats can continue to send Americans' taxpayer dollars to foreign countries for very questionable projects. Now, I've heard the minority leader lecture us before about bipartisanship and regular order. Well, look what's happened. When Senator Schumer was the majority leader of the United States Senate a year ago, the Senate Appropriations Committee, the committee itself, passed 11 of 12 appropriations bills. They did it by the summer of 2024, 1 year ago from now. Many of those bills that came through the committee received unanimous support by the Republicans and the Democrats on the committee. So what happened? Well, Republicans supported getting all of these bills done on time through the committee, bipartisan basis. What did he do? What did Senator Schumer do with these bills? He was the majority leader. He had control of the agenda on the floor of the United States Senate. He sat on them for 225 days. Didn't bring them to the floor of the United States. Oh, no. Refused to bring a single bill to the floor of the United States Senate for a single vote. Not because he couldn't, because he refused to. The American voters revolted, changed parties, the President, the Senate, and the House. And now he wants to be the one to blame Republicans for gridlock. This is the height of hypocrisy. That's what we're dealing with, Mr. President. I'm all for regular order. That's why I want to commend Senator Susan Collins for her leadership now as the Republican chairman of the Appropriations Committee in the Senate. She is working in good faith. She's committed to getting the job done. This debate is about more than dollars and cents. It's about priorities and how we spend American taxpayer dollars. Americans didn't vote to continue the Green New Deal or even try to force it on the rest of the world. The American people voted to fix what's broken here at home. Republicans have our priorities straight. Republicans are focusing on making our nation safer and more prosperous. Republicans are getting this country back on track. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also-Brooks.
Senator from Maine.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be rescinded.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I'd like to talk today about the rescission bill that will be coming before us in the next couple of days. And I want to really cover 2 points. What is being done in this bill and how it's being done. I think they are equally important. In fact, I think perhaps how it is being done is more significant in the long run. The rescission bill talks about essentially 2 areas, public broadcasting and USAID. In my view, the rescission, the total rescission of those 2 agencies, and by the way, it is a total rescission. It's not selective cutting of certain programs or partially. It's the whole thing, both in the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and USAID, go from bad policy to downright dangerous. And I want to talk about that for a minute. Public broadcasting. Public broadcasting has a unique place in the United States in our media environment in that it is the only media form that's not driven by advertising and advertising dollars. It cannot be driven by ratings. It therefore is able to provide programming to the American people that they probably almost certainly would not have access to otherwise. It wouldn't simply find a home on commercial broadcasting because the ratings wouldn't be there, but that doesn't mean that programming isn't important. My kids were raised on Sesame Street. It made a huge difference in their readiness to go to school, in their understanding of language and numbers and the whole basis of our education system. Sesame Street is a program that wouldn't find a home on commercial broadcasting. Likely also with Nova, with Nature, and yes, the PBS NewsHour. The news business today has become more entertainment because it's based upon advertising and attracting viewers and therefore is more insightful, and I don't mean, I mean that C-I-T-E, not S-I-G-H-T, more inciting to people's anger and unrest in order to keep them viewing, whereas the PBS NewsHour is pretty much straight news. It wouldn't get the ratings on MSNBC or Fox News. But it provides a source of news both in terms of nationally, but also in each state. The local national public radio, all things considered, those kinds of programming are essential to providing information. Now, some people may think it's biased. I don't think anything done by a human is going to be free of any and all bias, but it is pretty much straight news. And it's an asset to our communities, particularly our rural communities. And by the way, this isn't where we have federal dollars that are supporting all of these initiatives. In fact, the majority of the support for public broadcasting, both television and radio, comes from the public, from contributions. So in effect, our federal dollars are matched to a very high degree by the public making their own contributions. That's an indication of how much the public values these wonderful assets to our information environment here in the country. And to cut off federal funding is just, it's an essential piece of the funding. A lot of it goes to the local stations. We talk about the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, we think of PBS and the national programs, but a lot of this funding ends up going to the local stations all over the country that provide essential sources of information to their public. And by the way, the cost we're talking about is ridiculously low. I did the calculation. It's the relationship between the cost of public broadcasting to the federal budget is, let's see, it's 7 cents to $10,000. That's the ratio. 7 cents out of $10,000. That's what we're talking about here, an almost immeasurable part of the federal budget, but the return on investment is enormous. It's enormous. If this were a gigantic $100 billion program, then we'd be having a different kind of discussion. But this is a relatively small program in the context of the federal budget with a very high return on investment to the American people. Now let's talk about USAID. And the minority whip was just talking about that. And he listed a number of projects that I think are questionable, that I don't necessarily support. But the USAID is an essential part of our foreign policy to help to stabilize unstable parts of the world, to extend America's soft power, to build America's brand, and yes, to do some very essential projects. For example, in PEPFAR, which is an initiative of the George W. Bush administration involving AIDS, the estimate is that that initiative, since its beginning in 2005, has saved 25 million lives. 25 million lives were saved by that program that will be destroyed by this bill. Now, you can't tell me that that's having that level of benefit to the people of the world does not redound to the benefit of the United States, the sponsor of the initiative. Same thing with malaria. The estimates are that the malaria program, which goes back to, I believe it was the Obama administration, has prevented 1.5 billion cases of malaria, which is a real plague in many parts of the world, and saved 11 million lives. Just those two programs together, those two USAID projects, have saved 36 million lives, and we're talking about cutting them off. That's not only bad policy, it's cruel. It's cruel, and it undermines the credibility of this country. Now, of course, foreign aid has a lot of benefits aside from the ones that I've just outlined. And by the way, if the Congress and the administration wants to cull the programs and say, we don't think this one is necessary, this is not a good expenditure of the people's money, that's fine. But that's not what this bill does. This bill throws out the beneficial baby with the questionable bathwater. It is a total abdication of America's engagement with the world. Vaccination campaigns, food security, nutrition programs, disaster response, refugee support. This aligns with our American values. And as I say, it's a relatively small part of the budget. It helps to stabilize fragile states. It cuts the risk of extremism and terrorism and conflict. And James Mattis put it best. General James Mattis, one of the most distinguished military officers of our time, said, if you don't fund the State Department fully, then you're going to have to buy me more bullets. That puts it most succinctly. You're going to have to buy me more bullets because the programs of USAID tend to stabilize the world and mitigate the tendency toward extremism and violence. And since we have started to gut AID, which was one of the first actions of this administration back in January and February, China has stepped into our shoes. I'm on the Armed Services Committee and the Intelligence Committee, and I have seen and heard testimony that China is basically stepping in where we're walking away. We are handing Africa and Latin America to the Chinese, in some cases to the very programs that we were sponsoring. They're the ones that are now engaging with local governments, local leadership, getting the credit for helping with these kinds of problems across the world. We're giving away the goodwill that is part of the American brand. We're giving away the opportunity to build alliances, to strengthen our influence, especially in competition with regimes like China and Russia. It also creates markets for U.S. goods and the U.S. economy. A significant share of the foreign aid ends up going back to businesses and NGOs here in the United States, so it actually contributes to our economic development. Countries that are receiving this U.S. aid end up being partners and customers of U.S. goods, products, and services. I mentioned it saves lives. It aligns with our values, and there's nothing wrong with talking about values. That's a part of what we should be doing. USAID is doing important work all over the world. I've met with USAID people in Kabul, Afghanistan. I met with them in Jordan, where they're working on a water desalination project that will literally save Jordan. Jordan is a country that has no water, and they're facing a tremendous crisis. And one of the projects that they're relying on is a very large water production facility supported by USAID. That's the kind of project that I think we need to continue. And again, I would not say that every single project they have sponsored is what I would have agreed upon. That's our job as oversight bodies, to take a look at the projects that are being sponsored. The administration can also do that, and they can then cull the projects that we don't think are a useful expenditure of the government's money, but of the people's money, but not the wholesale destruction of an agency that's critical, I believe, to the foreign policy of the United States. So that's the picture on these rescissions. I believe the more important question, though, Mr. President, as I mentioned, is how this is being done. The question is, who has the power in our government over appropriations? That's the fundamental question. Where's the power over appropriations, where the federal dollars go? The answer to that question, of course, is the Congress. Article 1, Section 8, the Congress has the power of the purse. The President can submit his budget, and he can submit a budget that zeroes out AID, that zeroes out Corporation for Public Broadcasting. But then the way the process works is we have hearings, we have meetings with the Appropriation Committee, the appropriators meet and decide and discuss and debate and come to the floor with a bill that represents the consensus of those on the Appropriations Committee, and then we consider it here. This process that we're talking about here, this rescission process, turns the whole thing upside down. It basically says the administration can decide programs that are going to go away, and you can take it or leave it, Congress. And I believe that it shreds the appropriations process. The Appropriations Committee, and indeed this body, becomes a rubber stamp for whatever the administration wants. The deeper problem, Mr. President, is I believe this is another step in Congress's abdication of its constitutional authority, which has dramatically accelerated since January. The war power Article 1, Section 8, an express power of the Constitution. We barely could have a debate about that, and the president attacked another sovereign country, which may have been the right thing to do, but there was no consultation, there was no attempt whatsoever to engage Congress, which has the power over declaring war, before that step was taken. Foreign trade, again, foreign trade, trade among nations is the term in the Constitution, is expressly delegated by the Constitution to the Congress. And the Congress has delegated some of that authority to the president, to a president, any president, under emergency circumstances. But this president has expanded emergency to mean just about anything. We learned this week that he's talking about a 50% tariff against Brazil because he doesn't like the way the current government is treating the prior president. Has nothing to do with trade, has nothing to do with the trade deficit, has nothing to do with tariffs. It has to do with something that the president individually doesn't like. That's not the way the system's supposed to work. The up and down roller coaster that we've been on with regard to tariffs is a perfect example of why one person shouldn't have this authority. This should be something that's done thoughtfully and systematically here in the Congress under Article 1, Section 8 to debate and decide what appropriate tariff levels there are across the world, and not this helter-skelter, up and down, changing every other day, that has not only already, we have reports today, affected inflation in this country and brought it up, but has also created enormous uncertainty both in our markets and across the world. And then finally, we see the power of the purse, Congress's fundamental responsibility. And by the way, Mr. President, as I talk to my colleagues, particularly my Republican colleagues, about this issue over the last several months, one of the common refrains is, don't worry, we don't have to buck the president because the courts will take care of it. The courts will take care of us, they'll protect us. Well, that ain't happening. The ridiculous decision of the Supreme Court yesterday on the Department of Education is an indication that we cannot count on the courts to protect us from the depredations of an authoritarian, a proto-authoritarian regime. They basically said the president can continue to gut the Department of Education because we're going to hear the case later and maybe we'll decide it when it comes. They did the same thing with birthright citizenship. They punted on the issue and allowed the activities, the authoritarian-like activities, to continue before they get to the case in their own good time. So we can't count on the courts. That means we're it. The Congress, the Senate, has to stand up for the Constitution. What this bill is another building block in the edifice of authoritarianism that we are seeing built before our eyes. A building block in the edifice of authoritarianism. Why is this important? Is this just a dispute between the Congress and the president, politics as usual, Democrats attacking, undermining a Republican president, and it's just going to be all about the midterms and the election in 2028? No, this is much deeper than that. This is much deeper than that. The fundamental premise of the Constitution is the separation of power. And the reason it's there is because history tells us that if power is concentrated, it's dangerous. Madison put it absolutely bluntly in the 47th Federalist: the accumulation of all powers, legislative, executive, and judiciary, in the same set of hands may justly be pronounced the very definition of tyranny. He used the word tyranny. Madison wasn't mincing words. History tells us that if you concentrate power in one set of hands, it's dangerous. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. We know that from 1,000 years of human nature. And that was exactly what the framers of the power in the states, power in the executive, power in the courts, two houses of Congress, vetoes, overrides, all of those checks and balances, which has become a kind of cliche, are there for a fundamental reason, and that's to protect our liberty. to protect us from the danger of power being concentrated in one set of hands. Now, the framers thought that they didn't have to worry about this, having set up the Constitution the way they did, because they said, never will the Congress give up its power. The term they used was ambition must be made to counteract ambition, that there would be institutional rivalry and we would never give up. Well, they didn't reckon on parties. They didn't reckon on party primaries. They didn't reckon on the executive having such sway with the legislative branch that the checks and balances essentially have melted away. So this bill is important because of the merits, as I talked about the danger of wiping out USAID and all the good it does in the world and the good it does for our country, and also wiping out public broadcasting and all the good that it does, the irreplaceable good that it does for the people in the United States. But it's also more dangerous than ever because it's one more step, as I mentioned, in the breakdown of the fundamental constitutional structure that says power must be divided, because if it's concentrated in one set of hands, and I don't care whether it's Donald Trump or the Archangel Gabriel, it's dangerous to have the power in one set of hands. That's how we lose our liberty. Again, Madison, when the legislative and executive powers are united in the same person or body, there can be no liberty. Mr. President, we must listen. We must listen to history, to the people that brought us here, the people that brought us this government, the geniuses that formed this structure to protect the liberty of the American people. And it may seem like a small thing. This is one more bill, one more item, but it is one more step, in my view, toward empowering the executive at the expense, not of the Congress, but of the people of the United States. Mr. President, I don't know what it's going to take, but I hope this debate, this discussion, will lead us to finally say, this is a line too far, we're going to draw a line here, and we'll establish a relationship with the President that is cooperative, collaborative, bipartisan, and sharing the power that the Constitution gives to each of us. There's nothing less than the liberty of our people that's at stake. I therefore urge my colleagues to vote against this bill and begin a discussion in the appropriations process as to these two elements and how they should be structured and funded. That's the way it should be done, not by the dictate of a president, of one who is trying to collapse the authority in our Constitution into his own hands. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, I would ask unanimous consent that I be allowed to speak for 10 minutes and Senator Haggerty of Tennessee be allowed to speak for 5 minutes. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today to urge my colleagues to carefully consider their vote on the nomination of Mr. Anthony Tata to be Undersecretary of Defense for Personnel and Readiness. The position is absolutely critical and crucial. The Undersecretary of Defense for Personnel and Readiness is responsible for all personnel matters in the Department of Defense, including military families, child care, family and financial readiness, the military school system, and working with the military services to ensure the health and welfare of the force. It requires a leader of the highest quality of judgment, expertise, and character. And there's no question that President Trump has the right to choose who he wants in this critical role, but the Undersecretary of Defense for Personnel and Readiness should be someone who is capable, without question, to meet the demands of the job and the expectations of those he will lead. Mr. Tata was nominated 5 years ago for a position of similar importance in the Defense Department. However, the Armed Services Committee considered his nomination carefully, and on a bipartisan basis, declined to even bring his nomination to a vote. President Trump ultimately withdrew his nomination. I fail to understand why he now would be qualified to oversee millions of service members and their families as the Undersecretary of Defense for Personnel and Readiness. I respect and I appreciate his military service, but his record of public statements and behavior towards individuals with whom he disagrees politically is disqualifying for a position of this significance. Mr. Tata's history of controversial and divisive statements is well documented. Prior to his last nomination, he publicly called President Obama, the Commander-in-Chief, quote, a terrorist leader. And he said that then CIA Director John Brennan deserved to be executed. More recently, he made unsubstantiated claims that there are, quote, mutinous discussions within the military ranks to sabotage President Trump. And he called for a complete purge of Pentagon leadership, including firing all four-star generals and senior career civilian employees. Now, I am concerned that Mr. Tata has a misguided and discriminatory view of the military and civilian workforces he would oversee. Our service members and their families and the civilian employees who support them come from all backgrounds and political persuasions. They come from every state and territory in the Union, red states and blue states. Mr. Tata, to be effective, would need to serve all members of the Department of Defense and their families, not just those with whom he agrees politically. His public record and past performance at the Pentagon do not inspire confidence in this regard. Mr. Tata failed to alleviate any of the concerns during his hearing before the Senate Armed Services Committee. In fact, he doubled down on his goal of removing leadership seen as not loyal to this administration and gave no indication he would exercise measured and independent judgment, and seems intent on furthering this administration's political weaponization of the military. The worst thing that could happen to our military is it becomes a political arm of the President of the United States, any president. Military men and women take an oath to defend the Constitution of the United States, not to serve a president. That has kept our military not only above the political fray, but the most expert, the most credible, the most dominant military force in history. And if we have personnel in key positions that are evaluating people on their political beliefs rather than their merit, talent, and commitment to the Constitution, we are making a profound mistake. Now, as I hope my colleagues know, my top priority has been national security and avoiding partisanship as much as one can do. I'm ready and able to pick up the phone and talk to people in the Department of Defense regardless of political party. And we look consciously, I look consciously for common ground in which we can work together. Because ultimately, it's not about Republican presidents, Democratic presidents, Republican priorities. It's about the welfare and effectiveness of men and women who wear the uniform of the United States. They deserve more than partisanship. They deserve cooperation, consideration, and respect for their views. Now, our American people also deserve that because they are the ones that ultimately are supporting these men and women, and not just in a financial sense, but in a very, very strong, profound emotional sense of lending their support, of saluting these brave men and women, and I am extraordinarily proud of that. Having reviewed twice and very carefully Mr. Tata's record, particularly his political, indeed naked political assertions of going after his enemies, placing him in this position would, I think, put him at a point where he would do more harm than good. Therefore, I urge my colleagues to vote against his nomination. With that, Mr. President, I would yield the floor.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to urge my colleagues to support the confirmation of my teammate and friend, Luke Pettit, President Trump's nominee to serve as Assistant Secretary of the Treasury for Financial Institutions. Luke has served on my staff for more than 3 years. In that time, he's become a vital part of my team. But more than that, Luke has become a leader, an indispensable advisor, and in fact, a close friend. Luke's exceptionally qualified. He came to the Senate with an already impressive resume. He has sterling academic credentials. Luke has years of experience at the Federal Reserve and in the private sector. His background has given him a deep understanding of how our nation's financial system works, not just in theory, but also in practice. Luke is a true rarity here in Washington, D.C. And while possessing a deep understanding of complex technical matters, Luke has never lost sight of the true aim of economic policy, which is very simply to expand opportunity and to deliver prosperity to Americans from every walk of life. Here in the Senate, Luke worked arm in arm with many of your staffers to write the Genius Act, landmark legislation to regulate stablecoins and promote innovation. To overcome obstacles and to bring people together across the aisle. In fact, without Luke's leadership and perseverance, the Genius Act as we know it would not have been possible. Beyond his many qualifications, Luke is a leader in the truest sense. He's admired not merely for what he knows, but for how he carries himself, with humility and with selfless dedication to the task at hand. Luke is beloved and respected by my entire team, and he mentors countless young men and women in the halls of the Senate and beyond, including my own children. To Senate staffers gathered here today, I hope you'll see Luke's confirmation as an inspiration and an acknowledgement of the vital role that all of you play in shaping policy and in serving this country. The strength and stability of the financial system are vital to our nation's prosperity, to our global competitiveness, and frankly, to the American way of life. At the highest levels of government, we need leaders who understand the weight of that responsibility. Leaders who will approach their duties with wisdom, humility, and an unshakable commitment to do what is right. Luke Pettit is just that kind of leader. Mr. President, I can think of no one more qualified, no one more committed, and frankly, no one more ready to serve than Luke Pettit. And therefore, I urge all of my colleagues to support confirmation of Luke Pettit, which is about to occur. Thank you. And I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum clause with respect to the Tata and Edlow nominations.
Without objection. The question occurs on the Pettit nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman. Thank you. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly.
Yeah, there's a disconnect there that I don't.
Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim.
I'm going to have lunch with him next week, and that's the conversation.
Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford.
Yeah, the only way we're going to get
Mr. Lee.
additional electrons in the 4-year window is going to be renewable.
Mr. Lujan.
Those are the people
Ms.
who
Lummis.
already ordered it 2-3 years ago.
Mr. Markey.
Yeah, but that's less than 10% of total.
Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley.
Yeah, it wasn't just
Mrs. Moody.
bill, it was actually,
Mr. Moran.
yeah, for sure.
Mr. Marino.
Yeah. Pardon? We're stealth. We're stealth.
Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Lotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blackburn, Bozeman, Cotton, Crapo, Curtis, Fetterman, Haggerty, Hassan, Husted, Kim, Langford, Mullen, Reed, Risch, Rosen, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Warner, Warnock, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Blunt-Rochester, Heinrich, Lujan, Markey, Schatz, Schumer, and Slotkin. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Marino, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Also Brooks, aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Rono, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Paul? Aye. Mr. Lee? Aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. On this vote, the yeas are 69, the nays are 30, and the nomination is approved.
On this vote, the yeas are 69, the nays are 30, and the nomination is approved. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Anthony Tata of Florida to be Undersecretary of Defense for Personnel and Readiness, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Anthony Tata of Florida to be Undersecretary of Defense for Personnel Readiness shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsop Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mr. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Budd, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Cruz, Curtis, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lee, Lummis, McConnell, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Murkowski, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gallego, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kelly, King, Lujan, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Slotkin, Smith, Warner, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Daines, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted. Aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito. Aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane. No. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell. No. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan. Aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand. No. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville. Aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen. No. Mr. Shaheen. Mr. Shaheen. No. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Warnock, no.
The yeas are 52, the nays are 47, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Department of Defense, Anthony Tata of Florida, to be Undersecretary for Personnel and Readiness.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The Senate will come to order. The question occurs on the Tata nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, okay.
I don't know about that, but I was here. How many is it? I think this was my 14th or 15th. You got the whole? No, photo. Not that, almost that many reconciliations too. They're both killing me. Some of them are behind my desk. Some of them are in my attic. It's true. You don't really put them all on the wall, right? Although I do like to see the evolution of my hair. Yeah. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah? Huh.
LBJ was retired.
Yeah. I bet that was cool.
Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, gotcha. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, aye.
The ayes are 52, the nays are 46. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Joseph Edlow of Maryland to be Director of United States Citizenship and Immigration Services, Department of Homeland Security, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that the debate on the nomination of Joseph Edlow of Maryland to be Director of the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services, Department of Homeland Security, shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Aye. Thank you. Gotcha.
Oh, nice haircut, sir. Not much.
Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Thank you. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher. Thank you. Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick. Thank you. I got you. Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul. Thank you. Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt. Thank you. Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Curtis, Daines, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Moran, Hall, Rounds, Sullivan, Tillis, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative. Also Brooks, Bennett, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Coons, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kim, King, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Kane, Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye.
Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Marino, aye. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, aye.
On this vote, the ayes are 50, the nays are 46. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Homeland Security, Joseph Edlow of Maryland to be Director of United States Citizenship and Immigration Services.
Mr. President.
The senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the following interns from my office be granted floor privileges until July 16th, 2025. Mr. Charles Romer, Ms. Melissa Blumquist, Ms. Caroline Garrett, Mackenzie Connaughton, Lindsay Moore, Madeline Champagne, and Mary Quasser.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Also with me today is Mr. Will McCarthy, one of my colleagues from my Senate office. Today, Mr. President, as you know, we're going to start talking about, put up the first one. We're going to start talking about and vote the rescission package. And I want to talk about that for a few minutes. As you know, Mr. President, under our Constitution, Congress passes a budget. We send that budget to the President of the United States, whomever that might be, and the President executes or implements our budget. Close that door for me, please. And the President implements that budget. On occasion, under federal statute, the President has the authority, after we have passed a budget in Congress, to look at the budget and say, you know, I don't need all this money to accomplish the goals that Congress established and instructed me to accomplish. And so the President can contact us and say, Congress, I would like you to rescind some of the spending in the budget that you sent to me. It's called a rescission bill or a rescission package. President Trump has sent us a rescission bill or a rescission package asking the United States Congress to cut the budget by roughly $9 billion. And that's what we're going to start voting on today. Now, $9 billion is a lot of money, except when you compare it to the overall federal budget. $9 billion, despite the fact that it's a bucket load of money, is 1/10 of 1% of the federal budget. 1/10 of 1% of the federal budget. It gives you an idea of how big the federal budget is. I think most people, most adults anyway, understand that in life, what you say doesn't really matter. What you say doesn't really matter. It's what you do that demonstrates what you believe. And that's certainly true in politics. And that's certainly true in Washington, D.C. Ignore what anybody in Washington, D.C. says. Ignore it. If you want to understand their behavior, look at their behavior. What in Washington, D.C., as in life, what you do is what you believe, not what you say. What you do is what you believe, and everything else is just cottage cheese. Now, President Trump, whether you voted for him or not, whether you like him or not, ran on a platform of reducing the size of government. And the people elected him. And since day one, the president has been very hard, if you've paid attention to the news, he's been working very hard to reduce government spending. And he's reduced a lot. He started out with the DOGE program with Mr. Elon Musk. Mr. Musk, of course, has left. But the quest to reduce government spending, wasteful government spending, which I call spending porn, continues. Every Republican in the United States Senate has voiced approval of what the president has done. Every Republican, every one of my colleagues, myself included, has said to the president, "Attaboy, Mr. President, go get them. Keep issuing those executive orders. Reduce the spending. We're spending too much money. We've got a $37 trillion debt. Keep going, Mr. President." And the president has, but he's been doing it through executive order. There's only so much you can do through executive order. An executive order issued by a president expires when the president's no longer in office. The only way to permanently reduce spending is to have Congress act. And that's what the president's asking us to do in this rescission bill. What you do is what you believe, and everything else is just cottage cheese. The rescission package that the president has sent over is we're going to start considering it today. And after listening, in some cases for years, but certainly for the last 100+ days since President Trump's been in office, after listening to my Republican colleagues talk about the importance of reducing spending, it's gut check time. It is gut check time. Because what you do is what you believe, not what you say. And now my colleagues and I have an opportunity to really support the president. Now, I don't know if this bill is going to pass. I do not know if it's going to pass. I mean, I've heard a lot of wailing and gnashing of teeth and whining, and civilization's going to melt if we cut 0.1% of the budget, and that's coming from some of my Democratic colleagues. They're entitled to their point of view, but I want to put this in context. After all of us on my side of the aisle telling the world that we need to reduce spending, if we vote against this rescission package and refuse to reduce spending by 0.1% of the budget, we ought to hide our heads in a bag. We ought to hide our heads in a bag. Now, what kind of spending is the president asking us to reduce, to eliminate? That's important, because not all government spending is wasteful, but a lot of it is. That's why I call it spending porn. I'm going to read you some of the appropriations that the president is asking us to eliminate from the current budget. And you be the judge. Let the American people decide. The president is asking us to eliminate $5.1 million of taxpayer money in the American budget and the federal budget that is there to, quote, strengthen the resilience of queer global movements. The president is asking us to rescind $6 million for media organizations and civic life for Palestinians. The president, in light of our $37 trillion budget deficit, is asking us to reduce spending, reduce a program in the amount of $3.9 million for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and intersex population in the Western Balkans. The President is suggesting that we eliminate a program, $1 million for voter ID programs in Haiti. This is your money, folks. The President is asking us to reduce the budget by $3 million, which is appropriated for, quote, sexual reproductive health in Venezuela. $3 million for circumcision, vasectomies, and condoms in Zambia. I didn't make this stuff up. It's in the budget. $3 million for Sesame Street in Iraq. $833,000 for transgender people, sex workers, and their clients in Nepal. $882,000 for social media mentorship in Serbia and Belarus. $3.6 million for pastry cooking classes, cyber cafes, and dance focus groups for male prostitutes in Haiti. How many Americans, Mr. President, do you think we should be spending their money to fund male prostitutes in Haiti? But there it is in our budget, bigger than Dallas, and the President is saying, cut it out. $6.2 million for Venezuelan migrants in Colombia, $500,000 to buy Rwanda electric buses. I love Rwanda. If they want electric buses, they've got a budget. $300,000 for a pride parade in Lesotho. $300,000 for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex advocacy in Uganda. $500,000 for biodiversity in Peru. I could keep going. I could go the rest of the day and the night. Now, I know what you're thinking. How in God's name, on God's green earth, did this spending porn get in the federal government's budget? Why would Congress put it there? Well, I'm going to tell you why. We didn't. When we pass a budget, we pass budgets based on programs or agendas or line items. We don't put in there that we'd like to spend $5.1 million strengthening the resilience of queer global movements. We appropriate money by agency or line item. For example, we might appropriate money for the Economic Support Fund. Or if you look at our budget, you'll see money appropriated for the United States Institute of Peace. And if you look at our budget, you'll see money that Congress has appropriated for migration and refugee assistance. And then this money goes to the bureaucracy. And the bureaucracy takes the money that we have appropriated, for example, to the Economic Support Fund, and they decide to give it to their friends, usually non-governmental organizations, to fund these nonsensical items that I just spent a few minutes reading. Congress didn't vote to spend $3 million on sexual reproductive health in Venezuela. We voted for a program that the bureaucrats took and spent on sexual health, reproductive health in Venezuela. That's not an excuse, but I get that question all the time. Why did Congress vote to do this? We didn't. The bureaucracy did. It's a giant rogue beast. But the point is, Trump caught it, and his people caught it, and the president is saying, get rid of it. We would be better off. All these programs of spending porn, we'd be better off taking this money and spending it on on scratch tickets and blackjack. We'd be better off taking all of this money that I just talked about and spending it on scratch tickets and blackjack. At least taxpayers might have a chance of getting a return. That's how out of control this is. But if you listen to some of my colleagues, oh my God, if we cut $9 billion civilization, if we cut the spending point, civilization's going to melt. Now, there's one other thing in our budget that the president's asking us to cut. He's asking us to cut a little over $1 billion for what I will call public broadcasting. When I say public broadcasting, I'm talking about the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. I'm talking about the Public Broadcasting Service, or PBS. I'm talking about National Public Radio, NPR as we call it. We spend anywhere from $500 to $600 million a year on public broadcasting. Why do we do that? Well, we started doing it years ago, at least 50 years ago, a time when there were only 3 television stations and a few radio stations and newspapers. And a lot of folks in rural areas, they didn't get the television stations. They didn't get any news at all. They might live far enough away from a major city so they didn't even have a daily newspaper. So Congress said, you know, we want everybody to know what's going on in the world. We're going to start public broadcasting, and we're going to give them money every year. And they won't have to run ads because we're going to spend taxpayer money to give to these radio stations and television stations. Well, that was 50 years ago. Today, American people have access to all forms of media: streaming, cable TV, network TV, TikTok, Twitter, newspapers, those that are left. No one's in a news desert anymore. So why are we spending money on public broadcasting? $500 million a year. Now, the other factor, it's undeniable that public broadcasting has become political. Unless you've been a huge disappointment to your parents, you understand, if you listen to public broadcasting, that it's representing today one political point of view. The president of public broadcasting, no one would mistake her for Walter Cronkite, I can assure you. Her name is Catherine Mayer. This is her position. She's supposed to be delivering the news objectively, but this is what she has said. Trump is a deranged, racist sociopath. The president and CEO of NPR thinks that America is, quote, addicted to white supremacy. She has denounced the use of words boy and girl. She says that's, quote, erasing language for non-binary people. She contends that the United States was founded on the basis of, quote, black plunder and white democracy. That's who's running the show over there. She's entitled to her beliefs. This is America. You're entitled to believe what you want. And NPR and PBS and the Corporation for Public Broadcasting are entitled to publish and broadcast what they publish, but not on the taxpayer's dime. When we owe $37 trillion, and we really owe that money, we have no business spending $500 million a year giving it to any form of media. We don't fund CNN. We don't fund Fox News. We don't fund newspapers. Why are we funding PBS and NPR and the Corporation for Public Broadcasting? And all the president is saying, I don't want you to do that anymore. Congress. I don't want you to fund any media, any form of media. PBS, for example, has a right to publish what they want, but Congress shouldn't give them taxpayer money to do it. Let them go raise money in the private sector, and the president's right. The president is absolutely right. And that's all this rescission bill is going to do, Mr. President. It's going to bring a little bit of sanity back to our appropriations process. I'm going to end on this note, Mr. President. I'm going to end as I began. What you do is what you believe, and everything else is just cottage cheese. I've been here 10 years, every one of those 10 years, but especially in the last 100 days, since President Trump was reelected and started talking about reducing spending, I've listened to all of my Republican colleagues encourage the president and say, that's great, we've got to reduce spending, we've got to reduce spending. Well, here's your chance. Here's your chance. It's gut check time. You either believe in reducing spending or you don't. You either support spending porn or you don't. We're going to find out who does and who doesn't here in about 3 or 4 hours. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The senator from Vermont.
Thank you. Mr. President, the Department of Homeland Security has an extremely important mission: keep Americans safe. And under that mission, the department is tasked with 2 critical jobs: border security and disaster response. Mr. President, our current Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, has failed both. In her short tenure, Secretary Noem has overstepped, underperformed, and endangered the lives of countless Americans. Mr. President, I believe it is time for Secretary Noem to resign or for her to be fired. Mr. President, Secretary Noem has undermined FEMA's work, and in so doing endangered disaster victims. Just a few months ago, Secretary Noem said in a cabinet meeting, and I quote, "We are eliminating FEMA." And she meant it. She meant it. And we saw evidence of that in what happened in not just in Texas, but in North Carolina, New Mexico, California, Kentucky, Hawaii, Vermont, where FEMA is absolutely crucial to helping people and communities and businesses recover from disaster. We need FEMA. And it's only the resources of the federal government that can surge resources into affected communities. And we can't lose that function and that capacity. When you need safety from a flood, when you need to start the long road to recovery, you need the support of the federal government. No state, no community cannot do this alone. But Mr. President, I have seen from our experience in Vermont that FEMA in fact must be reformed. It must not be destroyed, as Secretary Noem has suggested. My view, we cannot have a leader in charge of FEMA that is committed to its destruction. We must have one who is energetically committed to its reform. And we have seen the result of Secretary Noem's indifference to FEMA as the catastrophe in Texas unfolded. as the waters rose along the Guadalupe River in Hill Country. It was the people of Hill Country, as my colleague, Representative Chip Roy of Texas said, who responded heroically. They were saving lives, they were rescuing stranded children, they were comforting those who lost loved ones, and they provided material assistance and constant support. As for FEMA, it didn't answer the phone. Secretary Noem had instituted a policy to micromanage FEMA to death. And under Secretary Noem's watch, FEMA instituted a new policy that required the Secretary's signature on any expense more than $100,000, which at the time of a major catastrophe is a very small amount. Secretary Noem had an eyes wide open awareness that this policy would mean it would take, quote, a minimum of 5 days for front office review. In a disaster, you do not have 5 days. Contractors for FEMA answered the vast majority of calls, about 3,000, from flood victims on July 5th. But according to news reports, after contracts with those companies were allowed to lapse, that response rate fell to 36% on July 6th, and then only 16% on July 7th, when people needed someone to answer the phone. FEMA left 13,793 calls unanswered. In the aftermath of disaster, people cannot wait for help. Many are homeless or living in very dangerous conditions. Search and rescue teams were waiting to be deployed. Disaster recovery centers were slow to open. Current and former FEMA employees have raised the alarm about how slow the federal government was to respond and support Texas. We can reform FEMA in very common sense ways, and we must, but we cannot risk the lives of countless Americans under the mismanagement of a secretary who's called for its elimination. But there's a second reason Secretary Noem must resign. She's failing our country on immigration. Mr. President, we have three fundamental issues on immigration: border security, the deportation of criminals, and the status of people who are here without legal status but are working, they're paying taxes, in many cases have families, and have no criminal record. Mr. President, I want to step back for a minute and acknowledge something that too many Democrats have been too slow to state. The United States does need a secure border, and President Trump has largely accomplished that. In December 2023, there were 249,740 illegal crossing arrests between official ports of entry. That was an all-time high. Last month, that number dwindled to 6,070 illegal border crossing arrests. And I give President Trump credit for that change. The second issue is that undocumented immigrants who have committed serious crimes should be held accountable. They should be prosecuted, punished, and deported. There's widespread consensus on that. Yet on the third issue, those who are here without crime, who many in cases were brought here as young people, we're seeing under the leadership of Secretary Noem that her response is an across-the-board embarkation on a massive and far-reaching deportation plan. There is no distinction in her policy among those who were brought here as children, who have families, who have jobs, who pay taxes, and who serve their communities. And, Mr. President, there is a big difference between deporting known criminals and rounding up immigrants. some of whom have status to be here, in fact, are here legally, from work sites, from schools, and from churches. This mass deportation policy is not about serving America and doing what our country needs to be strong and safe. It's instead about Secretary Noem accumulating the highest possible headcount of deportees. It's hurting those folks, their families, and their communities, of course, but it's also hurting America, and particularly rural America. Our farmers depend on labor to milk their cows, to pick their crops. It's weakening our construction industry, where workplace raids are shutting down construction sites, including for low-income housing, which we so desperately need. It's decimating our healthcare workforce in the hospitality industry in every state in the Union. Mr. President, we need a Homeland Security Secretary who will help us develop a sensible policy for folks who are here without status, but have no criminal record, who work, who have families, and are taxpayers. There's no restraint. There's no nuance. There's no judgment being applied by the department leader, the Secretary of Homeland Security, to develop a policy that makes sense, a policy that balances security and our economy, a policy that makes a distinction between law-abiding people who know no country other than the United States of America versus criminals who should not be allowed to remain in the country. And finally, Mr. President, I have significant concerns about Secretary Noem's fiscal mismanagement and self-aggrandizement as DHS Secretary. This fiscal issue is particularly important in light of the billions of dollars that were allocated to that department in the recent legislation. Secretary Noem awarded as much as $200 million for an ad campaign that she starred in, thanking President Trump for his immigration policy and warning migrants in the U.S. to leave, a campaign that was reportedly awarded to a Republican campaign consultants. Secretary Noem spent $21 million to transport 400 migrants to Guantanamo Bay, $55,500 per person. Do we really need to spend that much? And several of those migrants were quickly transferred out of the facility. There are also too many instances of Secretary Noem putting her personal ambition ahead of her mission responsibility. She's posed for photos and videos using detained people as props. She's joined television interviews in various uniforms as a Border Patrol agent. She's treated ICE raids as political theater. And while in Vermont at the Haskell Free Library and Opera House, it's a library that sits directly on the Vermont-Canadian border, the secretary jumped from one side of the line in the middle of the library and parroted terrible things about Canada, 51st state. And then she jumped back, the United States, 51st state, the United States. That was deeply offensive to Vermonters who have an enormous amount of affection for our Canadian neighbors, and we've suffered the consequences of a dramatic downsizing of our tourism industry. Totally unnecessary, totally provocative, and wrong. Mr. President, we have an obligation to protect the safety of the families that all of us represent. And I urge every one of my colleagues to demand better for our constituents and for every American. We need a Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security who puts public safety and preparedness before her personal image or political aspirations. Secretary Noem must resign. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am so pleased that we're going to move forward today on the rescission package that has come over to us from the House. As I talk to Tennesseans, one of the number one things they talk about is the debt. What are we doing to stop the out-of-control spending and to get this national debt under control? And after you look at what happened with COVID and with the Joe Biden years, we are sitting at $37 trillion in debt. So last November, the American people voted to make a change on how this country is running. One of the things they wanted to see changed was out of control, reckless spending. Now, if you look at this debt and where it stands right now, and you say, how much am I as an American citizen responsible for? Each and every citizen in this country would be holding $108,000 in debt. Think about that. All of our citizens, each and every one of us, whether you're the dad, the mom, the children, each and every citizen bears the burden of $108,000 in our nation's debt. One of the things that came up this weekend when I was at home and somebody was asking about the rescission package and when we were going to get this done and start making some of the cuts, start making the DOGE cuts. And this was a veteran, and they pointed out that they were aware that we are spending more money to pay the interest on our debt than we are spending to fund the U.S. military. Think about that. Think about what that message is that goes to other countries as they are looking at what we're spending on national defense compared to what we're spending on our debt. What does that say about the priorities that we have as a nation? So Tennesseans know that the path we're on with this spending is not sustainable. We can't continue this. When you look at where we were with our debt when George Bush was president, and you were at about $10.5 trillion when he left the Oval Office and Barack Obama and Joe Biden come in, and they doubled that number. You had President Trump's first term and COVID hit, and then the out-of-control spending by the Biden White House. That is how you end up at $37 trillion, and it should concern everyone. And Mr. President, I guess we're learning the auto pen was signing a lot of those sales receipts over at the White House. The point is we have this debt. Now, the good thing is that when the American people voted to get this spending under control last November, they sent President Donald Trump back to the White House, back to the Oval Office, and yes, indeed, he has gotten busy looking at how we spend the taxpayer money. He has spent time looking at the resources that we have and how we utilize those resources. And indeed, they have targeted $190 billion in this year's budget documents for waste, fraud, and abuse, and for removing those programs to yield that savings to the American people. And I think the American people see this as a victory for them and for their pocketbook. Hard-working taxpayers want to keep more of their money. They don't want to be sending it to D.C. for programs that have outlived their usefulness, programs they've never heard of, programs that they don't want. So we have the opportunity now to go in and claw back some of that money, draw a red line right through the middle of those programs in that budget document, and make these savings permanent. Should we do that? Absolutely. We should be doing that. And that is why you are seeing Republicans here in the Senate choose to move forward on the rescission package that will save $9 billion out of this year's budget. And you know, as you think about it, budgets are 10-year windows, so you're not going to see those items next year or the next or the next. So you're going to compound those savings. $9 billion each year in that 10-year budget. Those savings mount up. And it is what the American people are wanting to see us do to get rid of some of this reckless spending. Now, Mr. President, there are some good examples of programs that we are going to draw that red line through those programs and eliminate them from this budget document. There's $1.1 billion for the Corporation of Public Broadcasting. Now, this is an organization that funds NPR and PBS. And what we know, think about NPR. They have been pushing a left-wing ideology using the taxpayers' money for years. And my colleague from Louisiana, Senator Kennedy, talked some about Catherine Mayer, who is NPR's CEO, and the things that she has had to say about President Trump. And she has called him all sorts of names. Now, she is not somebody that's neutral, and she is not somebody that wants to give you a point and a counterpoint. She has an opinion, and she is using your tax dollars to spread her opinion far and wide. One of the things that they did ahead of the 2020 election, NPR refused to cover the revelations about Hunter Biden's laptop and his overseas business deals. And Mr. President, at that time, NPR's leadership had this to say, and I quote them: "We don't want to waste the listeners' and readers' time on stories that are just pure distractions," end quote. Now, that was their opinion. They're entitled to that opinion, but they are not entitled to take the taxpayers' hard-earned money and spend it to push their opinion. As we now know, they were wrong. They were wrong. Now, the rescissions package that is coming before us also cuts billions of dollars in foreign aid spending that really does nothing to promote American values and interests around the globe. Here's a few of these things. There is a $4 million item for sedentary migrants in Colombia. That is their term. That is the line item. $4 million for sedentary migrants in Colombia. There's $3 million for an Iraqi version of Sesame Street. There's $1 million for voter ID efforts in Haiti. $500,000 for electric buses in Rwanda. $6 million for net zero cities. That means no carbon emissions. Net zero cities in Mexico, and 2.1 million for climate resilience in Asia, Latin America, and Africa. I could stand here for hours and go through some of the ridiculous, absurd items that are listed and the amounts of your money that you have earned and you've sent to Washington, D.C. to be spent on God knows what. So it is important, Mr. President, that we look at this, and yes, we're going to make reductions in spending in the appropriations process, but you know what? Doing these cuts helps to push this forward. You know, there is also some money in this rescission package that is going to be removed from some of these international organizations that work against our interests. Now, all during COVID, we heard about the World Health Organization and how the World Health Organization was covering up for China, and they were going to be certain that they covered for China and we would not know the truth about what happened with COVID. So in this document, we are going to remove $135 million from the World Health Organization. And from the UN Human Rights Council, $8 million. The reason to do this? They support dictators, they support repressive regimes, and they are demonizing our ally, Israel. These are wise decisions to be made about how we spend their money, and you know what? It is common sense. As I've had Tennesseans say to me, it is about time that we start to make these reductions. We know that Tennesseans support these cuts, the American people support these cuts. This is about fiscal responsibility. It is about thinking about our kids and our grandkids. And what kind of country are they going to inherit? What are we going to leave for them? You know, running up this kind of debt, I think it's so important to remember what Admiral Mullen, who was then Chief of Staff over at the Pentagon, said in July of 2010. And Mr. President, he was asked, what keeps you up at night? What do you think is the biggest threat? His reply to that reporter, significant. He said, the greatest threat to our nation, to our freedom, is our nation's debt. It is time for us to stop the out-of-control spending. It is time for us to begin to turn this around and reduce what the federal government spends. Mr. Chairman, I yield the floor. I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alster-Brooks.
Mr. President.
The senator from Iowa.
Mr. President, I ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the following interns on the Committee on Agriculture be granted floor privileges through August 1st, 2025. Amara Jackson, Jody Robinson, Keaton Dassinger, Patrick Phillips, Mary Eichenberger.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, all Americans can take great pride in our nation's generosity that has saved millions of people around the world from starvation and disease. And our government agencies coordinating aid efforts should be eager to share details about how their use of taxpayer money makes the world a better place. Yet over the past decade, USAID repeatedly rebuffed my request for information using intimidation and shell games to hide where money is going, how it's being spent, and why. As a result of my oversight, I learned that the U.S. Agency for International Development, or USAID, is a rogue bureaucracy operating with little accountability and even sometimes at odds with our nation's best interests. What warranted such secrecy and stonewalling? Here's just some of USAID's questionable spending that I uncovered. Money intended to alleviate economic distress in war-torn Ukraine was spent sending models and designers on junkets to New York City and fashion weeks in Paris and London at a cost of more than $203,000. $148,000 went to a pickle maker, a dog collar manufacturer fetched $300,000, and a custom carpet manufacturer collected $2 million. Elsewhere, $20 million was awarded to Sesame Workshop, which produces Sesame Street to create content for Iraq. $2 million went toward promoting get this, folks, promoting tourism to Lebanon, a nation that our very own State Department warns against traveling to due to the risks of terrorism and kidnapping. Yes, folks, $2 million for tourism to Lebanon when we are saying don't travel there. $67,000 was spent to feed edible insects to children in Madagascar. Over $800,000 was sent to China's notorious Wuhan Institute of Virology to collect coronaviruses. What exactly was our International Development Agency developing at China's Wuhan Institute of Virology? Well, if the CIA, the FBI, and other experts are correct that the COVID virus likely originated from a lab leak, USAID may have had a hand in a once-in-a-century pandemic that claimed the lives of millions. There's no shortage of other questionable USAID projects, but President Trump is putting an end to this deep state operation. The foreign assistance programs that do advance American interests are now being administered under the watchful eye of Secretary Marco Rubio. This includes projects previously supported by USAID that were caring for orphans and people living with HIV. Imagine how much more good work like this could be done with the dollars that instead financed fashion shows, supported Sesame Street programs in Iraq, or ended up at China's Wuhan Institute. Overseas projects without merit are being ended, and the tax dollars that we're paying for them will be refunded if the Senate passes the rescissions bill. It also cancels taxpayer subsidies to public broadcasting. Too often, these programs are partisan propaganda, and you don't have to take my word for it. A National Public Radio senior editor recently confessed, and I will quote this editor's words, not mine, quote, "It's true NPR has always had a liberal bent," end quote. He admits the organization has zero Republicans in editorial positions. Come on, folks. Even CNN has Scott Jennings to roast the loony liberal lunatics on that failing network. NPR and PBS have a right to say whatever the heck they want, but they don't have a right to force hardworking Americans to pay for their political propaganda being masked as a public service. Defunding this nonsense is causing a lot of squealing from the big spenders around here. Washington insiders are more upset at this effort to stop wasteful spending than at the misuse of taxpayer dollars. In fact, saving tax money is such a crazy concept in Washington that Democrats are threatening to shut down the entire government if this bill passes. It says a lot about the other side's priorities when they are willing to take hostage funding for veterans and senior citizens to prevent $9 billion in unnecessary waste, fraud, and abuse from being trimmed from our $7 trillion annual budget. The interest that we are paying on our debt alone is costing nearly $3 billion every single day. Every day. If we are ever going to get serious about our debt crisis, Congress needs to pass a rescissions bill like this every single week. Every week. Folks, the simple truth is, if you can't find waste in Washington, it's because you simply are not looking. With our national debt now exceeding $37 trillion, the real question we should be asking isn't why is government spending now being scrutinized, but rather why did it take so long? With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor. I would notice the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
The senator from North Carolina.
I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection, the question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty,
You look like a very good senator.
Ms. Hassan,
I don't think anyone else would choose that side.
Mr. Hawley,
Well, I don't think everybody would choose this side.
Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Realms. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Capito, Curtis, Graham, Marshall, Rounds, and Tillis. Senators voting in the negative: Bennett, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Fetterman, Hassan, Heinrich, Padilla, Peters, Rosen, and Warnock. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. King. Mr. King, no. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Marino, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mrs. Murray, no.
Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen. No. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell. Aye.
The yeas are 42, the nays are 47, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
Mr. President.
Mr. Leader.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to legislative session.
Questions on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session, consider calendar number 260.
The questions on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the Judiciary, Joshua M. Devine of Missouri to be United States District Judge for the Eastern and Western Districts of Missouri.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Joshua M. Devine of Missouri to be United States District Judge for the Eastern and Western Districts of Missouri, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent to read the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to legislative session.
Questions on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session, consider calendar number 263.
Questions on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the Judiciary, Christian M. Stevens of Missouri to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Christian M. Stevens of Missouri to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Missouri, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent to reading the names be waived.
Without objection.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
The questions on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session and consider calendar number 96.
The questions on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Office of the Director of National Intelligence, Aaron Lucas of Arkansas to be Principal Deputy Director.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Aaron Lucas of Arkansas to be Principal Deputy Director of National Intelligence, signed by 17
Mr. President, I
senators
ask
as
consent to reading the names be waived.
Without objection.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
The questions on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session, consider calendar number 108.
Questions on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Defense, Bradley Hansel of Virginia to be Undersecretary for Intelligence and Security.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Bradley Hansel of Virginia to be Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent to read the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to legislative session.
The questions on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to calendar or to executive session and consider calendar number 91.
The questions on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Commerce, Ariel Roth of the District of Columbia to be Assistant Secretary for Communications and Information.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Ariel Roth of the District of Columbia to be Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent to reading the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to legislative session.
Questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session and consider calendar number 114.
The questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the
Nomination, Department of the Treasury, John Hurley of California to be Undersecretary for Terrorism and Financial Crimes.
Mr. President, I sent a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of John Hurley of California to be Undersecretary for Terrorism and Financial Crimes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
President, I ask consent to reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session.
Without objection.
Mr. President, in accordance with Title 10 of the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974, I have a discharge petition at the desk and move that the Senate Committees on Appropriations and Budget be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 4.
Motion is pending.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that time until 8 p.m. today be equally divided between the two leaders or their designees, and at 8 p.m. the Senate vote on the motion to discharge H.R. 4.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President.
President.
Senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, 2 weeks ago, Republicans passed the most expensive bill in the history of the Senate. Why? To cut taxes for billionaires and at the same time cutting Medicaid and SNAP for needy families. But now, Republicans are pretending they are concerned about the debt. So concerned that they need to shut down local radio stations. So concerned they're going to cut off Sesame Street. They're so concerned they want to whack away at our global credibility and slash humanitarian aid in the process. The idea that this is about balancing the debt is laughable. You could cut every dollar ever spent on the Corporation for Public Broadcasting since it was created, and it would not cover the cost of the bill that the Republicans just jammed through. You could cut every dollar we have spent on foreign aid since World War II, and that total would still fall short compared to the cost of Republican tax cuts. Or how about this? If Republicans cut the amount in this rescissions bill every single day for a year, it still would not equal their tax cuts to help rich donors. So I hope I made the point. Let's stop pretending this move is about the debt. And let's stop pretending there's no alternative to passing a partisan rescissions package that cuts bipartisan funding, because I have been clear over and over, there is an alternative, which is to do what we always do and discuss rescissions as part of our annual funding bills instead of doing Trump's bidding. Mr. President, let's talk about what's at stake here, starting with the damage that these cuts would do to our communities by cutting rural areas off from local news and emergency alerts, and ending high-quality kids programming. If Republicans pass this package they're offering, they're going to slash funding for over 1,500 local news stations nationwide. These are stations that provide an enormous community service, especially in rural areas and in our tribal communities. They cover stories that matter to families, but that often get overlooked by national news. These stations and this funding reaches 98% of all Americans. And let's not forget, they also deliver local emergency alerts. Some of these local radio stations are a genuine lifeline for communities when disaster strikes. Who among us thinks our communities should have less warning when there's an emergency? Because that is what voting for this package means. It also means cutting off funding for high-quality kids programming. There's a reason shows like Sesame Street are beloved by kids and parents. It's not just entertaining. It gets our kids thinking. It teaches them about math and spelling and caring and kindness. And if Republicans let shows like this get canceled, they're going to open up the floodgates to a wave of what I call brain rot TV that is engineered to keep our kids watching. To my colleagues who think they have short-term temporary fixes to reduce cuts to 1 or 2 public radio stations or television states in their states, that will not solve the problem. And what do you say to those 120 rural stations that will lose 25% or more of their funding? What do you say to the dozens of rural stations that will shut down because of this bill and cut off local news, educational programming, and life-saving services to the rural communities that we serve? And let's not forget, the other cuts in this bill would seriously undercut our credibility on the world stage. I thought American leadership was worth investing in. And when we voted for those funds, so did Republicans. Did Republicans forget why we thought that was important when we voted for them? Did Republicans forget that outbreaks spread if we do not help stop them? Did they forget that humanitarian assistance doesn't just prevent death, but it prevents chaos and conflict, keeps our American troops out of harm's way? Did they forget that these investments bring business to our American companies and they help feed the world? Or that building alliances and playing a leading role at international organizations allows us to advance our interests and counter our adversaries? And set aside the global strategy for the moment. We should not be voting to let children starve or die from preventable diseases. We should be voting to go, shouldn't be voting to go back on our word to the world. Saving a couple pennies is not worth losing our credibility or causing millions of deaths across the globe. It's not even close. If Republicans really care about the debt, they can start by revisiting the $4 trillion in tax breaks they just showered on billionaires. Now, Mr. President, there's a lot more to say about how damaging these cuts would be for our country, but you don't have to take my word for it, because even several of my Republican colleagues have said it themselves. They don't like this package. They're already trying to dial it back the tiniest bit, but I do know they have concerns. Here's a tip. If you don't like it, don't vote for it. Think about who you take orders from, President Trump, Russ Vought, or your own constituents and your own communities. And let's be honest, for all of his bluster, President Trump will forget about this in a week. He doesn't care about rescissions. He probably doesn't even know what it means. And if you don't like this package, but you think you should do more targeted rescissions, you know what? We can discuss that in a bipartisan way, completely separate from this partisan package. I've been clear, and I will say it again right now. I stand ready to discuss rescissions as part of the bipartisan spending bills, just as we have always done. That is the right way to go about this. How many times, Mr. President, have Republicans called for regular order? Well, at no point in our country's history, no point, have partisan rescissions been regular order. Anytime we've done this in the past, it has been bipartisan. Republicans should join us to make sure this does not become a bad new first, and to ensure that our time on the floor is spent considering important legislation, including our funding bills, rather than one rescissions request after another. We are working right now to advance FY26 bills, right now, at this very moment, and hopefully in a bipartisan way. We passed the first two out of committee last week. I want us to continue that work. But I really worry that passage of these bills is going to complicate the road ahead even more. Because if Republicans decide it's fine to undo the last bipartisan spending deal with Trump's partisan cuts, then getting these bills across the finish line is going to get really hard. And if they keep this kind of thing up, one of these days Republicans are going to find they broke the process. Let me spell out what that looks like, because I think there's a misconception here that wrongly convinces some members it's okay. This is the straw that won't break the camel's back. The reality is bipartisanship doesn't end with any one line being crossed. It erodes, it breaks down bit by bit until the day there's nothing left. Don't get me wrong, the negotiating table is always there. And in my experience, there are usually a few members willing to stick it out and work as hard as they can to get a result. But here's the thing. The Senate doesn't work off of a few members. It works off of consensus, building, and bipartisanship. And the more bridges you burn, the fewer paths you leave to get things done. You can't just keep pushing people away and breaking that basic trust that keeps this place working. Not to mention, if Republicans pass this package of cuts, Russ Vought has made it abundantly clear he will send more. If Republicans pass this package now, we're going to be back here in a month debating whether to rip away funding for, say, after-school programs. Instead of spending our time doing the hard work, passing laws, instead of considering the bipartisan spending bills we are working on right now, is this floor just going to be drowned in package after package of partisan cuts, fighting over how much of the last deal that we are now going to unravel, fighting over whose projects get canceled, whose communities get robbed? Mr. President, I hope not. I am going to end now with something I talked about during our committee hearing that we held on this package. When I first came to this Congress, one of the hot button issues was the line item veto. President Clinton of my party was asking to have it. Chairman Byrd of my party was organizing against it with Republicans. I was asked, should a Democratic Senate help a Democratic president rip up the bills that we all work together to pass? I said no. I said no, that is not how this should work. I came here to help my state and my constituents, not to weaken or surrender those responsibilities to any president. That is as true for me today as it was then. And if my colleagues agree, which I believe many of them do, then the course we have to take here is clear. We need to reject this package outright. That doesn't mean we can't have a bipartisan conversation about the rescissions as we now write our funding bills. That is the way that we need to do that. That is the way it's always been done. But we have to reject this new precedent of partisan standalone rescissions if this place is going to work, if we're going to work together to serve the folks we represent back home. We have to make choices that help us move closer together and bring more people to the table, not choices that push us apart and chip away bit by bit at the trust that makes this place work. Otherwise, one day we will find we have none of that trust left. So I urge my colleagues, protect that trust. Join me in voting no. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, Republicans don't actually have to do this. I understand as well as anybody wanting to go along with your party's president, especially in the early months. But being part of an independent and co-equal branch has to mean something. Being part of the Article 1 branch means something very specific, and it means that we're the legislature and we control the purse strings. Nowhere in the Constitution does it say that if the president wants something, you must do it. And what worries me the most about this rescissions package, if it passes, it is one thing for the president's signature accomplishment, signature policy priority to be supported by Republicans in the legislature. I understand that. I understand the inevitable political momentum behind that. But this isn't that. And we have now gone 6 months without a single instance of Republicans and Democrats coming together and establishing that there are some limitations on this president's power. And if you remember the first Trump term, there were a couple of moments when the legislature actually stood up to the president, overrode a veto of his, rejected a rescissions package. They stood up for their prerogatives. And you know what happened next? Nothing. Why? Because that's actually how the system is supposed to work. We are not a parliamentary system. We are not a monarchy where the president says by tweet, if you don't adopt this exactly how it's written, you will not receive my political support. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And that set us on a course towards passing this legislation, which I know at least a dozen Republicans hate. It reduces funding for Jordan. It reduces funding for Ukraine. It reduces funding for global health. It did reduce funding for PEPFAR. It continues to reduce funding for public television and public radio. By the way, public radio is not just national public radio. If you are on a reservation, if you are in a very rural part of your state, it's often not just the only radio station, the only communications infrastructure that exists in a rural area. So it's the only platform for news, that's true. It's also the only emergency communications infrastructure because still many places across the United States lack internet. And so Mike Rounds got his deal so that his tribes will be taken care of, and I'm glad for him. But there are 49 other states where your emergency communications infrastructure is about to be defunded. Nobody likes that. Some people are pissed off about NPR's coverage or PBS's coverage. Come on. You defund an agency because you disagree with their editorial choices? Which country is this? Which country is this? I want to tell you something a little technical, but I think it gives away the whole game. So I'm the top Democrat on the Foreign Ops Subcommittee. What does that mean? We do funding for USAID and the State Department and a few other things. When we do the appropriations process, we get letters from every other member. They're private letters, and a lot of people sign them, and they say, could you please give more money to whatever it is, maternal and child health, or malaria prevention, or the PEPFAR program, the initiative to prevent HIV/AIDS transmission. So we get a bunch of letters saying, please plus up this, please plus up that, bipartisan letters. And we are trying to write a bill that accommodates all these needs. A lot of people who are about to vote to cut all the stuff are on the side writing me a letter saying, please increase these accounts. And why does this matter? This matters because nobody's voting. I shouldn't say nobody. Many, many people are not voting their conscience tonight. And that's just a fact. There's a characterization in poker when you know you're beat and someone puts money in on the river and you call anyway. It's called a crying call. You give away your money sort of crying. This is a crying call. This is a, I know I'm beat, I vote aye. And here's the thing. We don't actually have to do this. President Trump's attention is famously divided. And if something pops next week, he will be on that thing next week. He did not wake up every morning thinking, I want to defund UNICEF, I want to defund PEPFAR. His attention will be divided, and the moment the legislature stands up for himself, usually what he does is he understands power, and he says, okay, those guys are asserting themselves, they're a co-equal branch of government, and I'm going to have to move on from this. Because, why do I know this? We literally did the same thing. There was a rescissions package, which nobody remembers. Why? Because we quietly, with Dick Shelby and others, appropriators all, said, nah, we hold the purse strings here. We write the laws that determine appropriations. We're not going to do this thing on a bipartisan basis, enact a spending plan, and then come in on a partisan basis and say, you know, that wasn't actually the spending plan. That was just the spending cap. And the administration is going to come in and do whatever it wants on a partisan basis. And so what happened is they rejected the rescissions package on the motion to discharge, which is happening in about an hour and 5 minutes. And then you know what happened? Nothing. Nothing politically, nothing substantively, except that we kept the appropriations process alive. We kept the filibuster alive. We kept bipartisanship alive. And in this instance, it's not just about this institution. It is literally about people being kept alive. For the last 5 months, because of the United States' actions, tens of thousands at least, maybe hundreds of thousands of babies have gotten HIV/AIDS from their moms because we pulled funding. Because Elon Musk had some bug in his ear about USAID, and one weekend he said, we're going to feed this thing to the wood chipper. And because Democrats, too, and pundits decided, you know what? Foreign aid isn't so important to voters. I don't care if it's important to voters, if it ranks on the number 1, number 2, or number 3. We're the United States of America. And one of the reasons that we have such a strong reputation is that we do things that are right because they're right. Not because our voters are going to reward us immediately, not because we get some geopolitical advantage, but because we're the damn good guys. And right now, we are ratifying a bunch of decisions against our will. We don't have to do this. Donald Trump will move on to the next thing tomorrow. And if it's not on this thing, which has low salience for the voters, is 18 months from the next election, if it's not on this, at what point are my Republican colleagues going to stand up for this branch of government? I remain ready to work with anybody on anything. I have talked to Chairman Graham about the possibility of literally enacting these rescissions, or at least a portion of them, in the State and Foreign Ops mark. And yet, they choose this legislative violence. We don't have to do this. We don't have to operate under the assumption that that this man is uniquely so powerful. He's the most powerful president. He owns the legislature in a way that no president has ever owned the legislature. And we all act like we're just sort of observers, like clicking on the TV and seeing how our fantasy football team is doing this Sunday. We have agency tonight. to reestablish that we are the Article I branch of government, and that means something. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Arizona.
Mr. President, now is the time that we should be investing in the future of our country and helping American families get ahead. But what we've got in front of us this week does the opposite. It's a bad deal that puts America in retreat at home and abroad. It makes our country poorer and less safe. When I reviewed what we're about to vote on, I thought about my granddaughter, Sage. She's 4 years old. And like a lot of kids her age, she watches one of the many educational programs that air on PBS. Her favorite is Daniel Tiger, a show that teaches kids everything from treating others with kindness to brushing their teeth with Daniel's friend, Jody Platypus. These are lessons every child should grow up learning, no matter where they live or how much money their parents make. But what's in front of us today is a proposal to totally decimate the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, which supports local PBS and public radio stations. Mr. President, I don't get this. These are the stations that air children's educational programs like Daniel Tiger and Sesame Street, which help kids learn how to count and how to read and how to spell. And in an era where cable is getting more expensive and monthly subscriptions, they just add up. Free educational programming like this is so important. It's how parents in Arizona and all across the country give their children a head start, regardless of their zip code or their income. And if anyone thinks this is just about cartoons, then they haven't spent enough time in rural America. In Arizona, my office is hearing from rural and tribal leaders about how essential public TV and radio is in their communities. These are areas where broadband is still limited and cell phone service can drop out for miles. In those places, public radio is often the only daily and sometimes even weekly news source. And it's certainly the most reliable way to receive emergency alerts. During wildfire season, which is raging right now in Arizona, those alerts can mean the difference between safety and tragedy. Public radio also delivers severe weather warnings, road closures, and critical public health information. These cuts will lead to rural public radio stations laying off staff, reducing programming, or even shutting down entirely. Rural public radio stations are twice as dependent on federal funding as non-rural stations are. There are dozens of stations that rely on the Corporation for Public Broadcasting for more than half of their funding. Three of them, Mr. President, three of them are in Arizona, and they are all on tribal land. KNNB in White River, KGHR on the Navajo Nation, and KUYI on the Hopi Nation. Why on earth would Washington take that away? And while this proposal rips investments out of rural America, it also makes us all less safe. It's the right thing to do. It's also strategic. USAID and our international partners are often the first line of defense against pandemics, wars, and starvation. You can't put a price on that goodwill and the stability that these programs create for America. The conflicts and humanitarian disasters and the refugee crises it prevents. Now, I saw that myself when I was a young midshipman at the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy during my second year at sea. It was a voyage through the Red Sea, off to the coast of Egypt, and I was carrying a load of grain on a 1,000-foot-long ship. These were taking crops grown by American farmers in the United States of America to feed starving children in North Africa. Cutting this off doesn't just lead to starvation and disease and suffering. It also creates instability, a vacuum that gets filled by terrorist groups and warlords, a gap for China or Russia to take advantage of. One way or another, we're going to end up having to pay for it, and tomorrow's price will be higher. In the meantime, America is weaker, and we're less safe. Mr. President, this is not a serious plan for deficit reduction. What it really says is this: if you live in a rural area, your access to public safety information doesn't matter. If you're a child whose family can't afford streaming services or reliable internet, your education doesn't matter. And if you're someone who wants a safer, more stable world, you're out of luck. I don't accept that. Arizona doesn't accept that. We should be building a country where no matter where you live, what you earn, or how connected your zip code is, you can get the information and support you need to stay healthy and informed. All of us, Republicans and Democrats, should be able to work together on that. I urge my colleagues to think about what's really at stake here, what's at stake for families, and what's at stake for our leadership in the world. And please vote no, because this isn't how we move forward. This is how we fall behind. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Mississippi.
Mr. President, what is the pending business before the Senate?
A motion to discharge H.R. 4.
Thank you, Mr. President. What the chair has just said is there is a rescission package which has been sent to us by the administration. It is in the committee now. The next vote would discharge the committee and bring that rescission package to the floor. And at that point, if I'm not mistaken, we would then have another vote to proceed to that bill. Is that correct, Mr. President?
That is correct.
All right. I don't want to leave my colleagues in suspense. I intend to vote for the motion to discharge after much contemplation, and to vote then to proceed to the bill. And I do so with reservation. First of all, I applaud the administration for asking for rescission of $9 billion in unnecessary spending. And I've made the statement I would vote for a bill that was twice that size and even larger. I think we can find that much waste. But this is an unusual procedure. It hasn't been done by the Senate and the House. It hasn't been successfully done by an administration since the George W. Bush administration in 1992. $9 billion is a tiny fraction of what we spend, no question about it, a fraction of a fraction, actually. But there is a big difference that has troubled me, Mr. President, and it's the reason I come to the floor tonight expressing concern in spite of the fact that I will vote in the affirmative on these two motions tonight. When George W. Bush proposed rescissions back in 1992, he listed specific programs that would receive specific amounts of cuts. And it was a rather thick proposal, but members on both sides of the aisle in both houses had exact information about what programs would be targeted and where the cuts would be made and by what amount. That is not present in the proposal before us tonight, and that troubles me because it concerns me as perhaps approaching a disregard for the constitutional responsibilities of the legislative branch under Article 1. Congress has the power of the purse. The president has the power to enforce. In this situation, there's a specific amount stated that will be rescinded, and then basically we're given a number of areas where the cuts will come from. But this Congress will not be allowed to choose those specific cuts. That will be done by somebody in the Office of Management and Budget in the White House. And in this situation, it will amount to the House and Senate basically saying, we cede that decision voluntarily to the executive branch. And so I have expressed concern about this. And in meetings that I have been in attendance with our team on this Republican side of the aisle, I'm not the only one who has expressed those concerns. There are members of my party who will vote no tonight. I think a relatively small number. And I don't fault them for voting no. There are also members who are very concerned, as I am, about this process and who are requesting of the administration, if we do this again, please give us specific information about where the cuts will come. Let's not make a habit of this. Let's not consider this a precedent. But if you come back to us again, Mr. Director of the OMB, if you come back to us again from the executive branch, give us the specific amounts and the specific programs that will be cut. And that has been my concern. Nevertheless, Mr. President, I choose to be mindful of those concerns, but to answer to a larger imperative at this moment, and that is to realize that we're in a budget crisis and that we have unsustainable national debt, and the amount of this bill is a small step toward addressing that. And so at this moment, I think that imperative outweighs my concerns about the lack of information that this Senate and our brothers and sisters in the House have about where the cuts will be made. I hope in conversations with the executive branch today, I hope in conversations over lunch between the OMB director and members of the Republican Senate caucus, that the point has been made, next time, give us the specific information. And so I come tonight to express to my colleagues the reason that I have been so concerned about this, the reason that that I understand why some of my colleagues will choose to vote no, but realizing that we are about something larger. And in this instant, I think the message that we send to our fellow countrymen, to our colleagues in the House, and yes, to the executive branch, is that the need for the cut in $9 billion overrides the specific objections that I have. And for that reason, I will vote yes. I expect the first motion to pass, and then we'll proceed on, and perhaps for the information of our staff and our pages, we may be here late tomorrow night. But I appreciate the opportunity, Mr. President, to explain my concerns and my reason for overcoming those concerns in this instance, and I yield the floor.
Senator from Missouri.
Mr. President, I rise today in strong support of President Trump's rescission package. In a time of extraordinary debt, this bill is a first step in a long but necessary fight to put our nation's fiscal house in order. But it's about much more than just that. This package isn't just about how much we spend, but about what we spend it on. It's about whether or not we're still a sovereign nation, a people in command of our own destiny. It's about whether elected representatives can act on behalf of the people they serve, or whether or not they just yield to a vast bureaucratic apparatus of permanent Washington. We cannot accept a system that forces us to fund our own decline. Let me begin with something simple. We are $37 trillion in debt. We're borrowing money from our grandchildren to fund bloated bureaucracies and radical left-wing activists. While the actual American people are working long hours to afford groceries and gas, their government has been writing checks to left-wing propaganda outlets and spending billions overseas on countries that hate us. Enough is enough. This rescissions package is our opportunity to drain the swamp, not just in theory, but in practice. It claws back nearly $10 billion in spending, $9 billion, including billions for radical NGOs, hundreds of millions for foreign interests, and yes, the taxpayer funding that props up corrupt and ideologically captured institutions like NPR and PBS. And let's talk about that for just a minute, because no part of this debate has sparked more hysteria and more outrage from the left than defunding so-called public broadcasting. Why? Because they know exactly what's at stake. NPR and PBS are not neutral media outlets. They are the closest thing we've ever had in this country to Pravda. They are the arms of the left-wing activist class, taxpayer-funded platforms for political propaganda masquerading as journalism. Don't take my word for it. Take it from Yuri Berliner, a veteran NPR editor who recently blew the whistle on what's actually happening behind the scenes there. In a stunning expose, Berliner described how from COVID to Hunter Biden's laptop to the Russia hoax, NPR simply refused to consider any facts or perspectives that didn't align with the Progressive Party line. Even asking questions about the company's editorial bias was, and I quote, treated as evidence of disloyalty. Berliner took a survey of the ideological makeup of NPR's editorial staff in Washington, D.C. The final tally was 87 Democrats and 0 Republicans. 0 Republicans. Not a one. Then there's the new CEO of NPR, Catherine Mayer. Before she took the job, she spent years denouncing America, praising censorship, and advocating for the most extreme and grotesque forms of far-left politics. She described the First Amendment as the, quote, #1 challenge to combating disinformation, called President Trump a deranged racist sociopath, and celebrated when he was banned from Twitter, saying it was satisfying to deplatform fascists. Now she's running America's national public radio, funded in part by your hard-earned tax dollars. That, Mr. President, is nothing short of obscene. Why are Americans being forced to subsidize institutions that hate them? Why are truck drivers in Missouri paying for Ivy League grads in D.C. to tell them they're bigots? Why are we as conservatives spending billions of dollars to left-wing radicals that want to run us out of the public square? There is no good answer to these questions. The fact is, we shouldn't be. And President Trump's rescission package is a huge first step towards ensuring that we never do it again. But NPR and PBS are just the beginning. This package also takes aim at the insanity of our foreign aid budget. We are sending billions to every interest under the sun, except for that of our own country. Here's a taste of what this package defunds. $18 million for gender diversity in the Mexican street lighting industry. $2.4 million to make international disaster aid more considerate of sexual orientation and gender identity. $2.2 million to reduce xenophobia towards Venezuelan migrants. $3 million for Iraqi Sesame Street. $4 million for sedentary migrants in Colombia. $6.2 million to address the needs of Venezuelan migrants in Colombia. $33 million for the UN Population Fund, including funding for transgender tampons in Bangladesh, LGBTQ campaigns in Rio, and third gender community centers in Southeast Asia. And that's not even to mention the $800 million that this package cuts from the Migration and Refugee Assistance Account, which funds the U.S. Refugee Admissions Program, a program that has been at the center of the gigantic NGO industrial complex that has been driving the mass migration crisis in this country on taxpayer dime. Americans never voted for any of this. They were never even asked. But the entire system is bankrolled by their money. Our own citizens are being pushed out of jobs, swamped by third world immigration, and told they're racist for complaining about it when people like Kathleen Mayer say something and criticize them. We send billions overseas to promote transgenderism and DEI, and spend billions here at home to help import millions of illegal immigrants and pay the salaries of people who hate us. All while our own people are told there's no money for safe streets, decent roads, or a secure border. The people who run these programs see the federal budget not as a means to serve the American people, but as a piggy bank for a global left-wing revolution. The administrative state in Washington, D.C. is the beating heart of this revolution. It redistributes hundreds of billions of dollars a year from middle America to a radical ecosystem of NGOs and activists working to undermine our civilization. For too long, the federal government has been hijacked by people with no loyalty to the country they're supposed to serve. Today, we have a chance to change that. This isn't just about saving money, it's about taking back control. Every single dollar we claw back for the NGOs in the foreign aid swamp is a dollar we take away from the people who are waging war on our country. It's a dollar we can use to secure our border, rebuild our nation, and restore the promise of America for the next generation. The left is alarmed by this bill. They should be. Unlike generations of many who came before us, who would talk a big game and then get to D.C. and do nothing, President Trump is actually serious about ending their taxpayer dollar gravy train. And this rescissions package is a major part of delivering on that promise. This is just a first step, but it is a big one. For a long time, Washington has only ever moved in one direction: more spending, more control, and more power for the bureaucrats. And as permanent Washington grows, the citizen shrinks. This rescissions package reflects President Trump's promise that the American government will once again serve the American people, not the other way around. It is a time to remind the bureaucrats, the NGOs, and the foreign lobbyists, and their friends in the media that the American taxpayer does not exist to subsidize their ideological pet projects. We are not a tax farm for global leftism. We are not the world's piggy bank. We are a sovereign nation, and it's time we started acting like one once again. The American people didn't send us here to protect the status quo. They sent us here because they know the status quo is broken. They sent us here to fight and deliver for them, and that's exactly what this bill does. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting yes on this package. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Democrat leader.
Mr. President, just days after handing billionaires their largest tax break in modern history, and fresh off passing the most devastating cuts to health care and jobs ever, Republicans want to keep this going. They want to gut funding for local news stations and radio. They want to reward communist China, Putin, and eviscerate foreign aid, all to give tax breaks to billionaires. They say these cuts are necessary in the false guise of eliminating waste, but anyone can see that's not true. It's just to pay for tax cuts to billionaires. Americans are done listening to Republican lectures about wasteful spending after they added $4 trillion to the debt to cut taxes for billionaires. For Republicans to turn around and slash local news and public radio in the name of fiscal responsibility is a vindictive swipe at rural America, where these stations are needed so badly. It'll leave rural communities twisting in the wind. The Republican credo seems to be cut and cut and cut now, ask questions later. Cut health care for 16 million Americans. Cut food assistance to hungry kids. Cut good-paying energy jobs. Let the CPP get ahead of us. Never mind the destruction these cuts will have. Never mind the trillions Republicans just added to the debt to finance their billionaire giveaways. Never mind the kids who will go hungry, or the families that will lose insurance, or the people who will get sick and die. It's all worth it, Republicans seem to think, so long as billionaires and special interests pay less in taxes. And now, with this rescission package, Republicans want to keep going. Cut local radio stations, cut local TV stations, cut national security funding, cut funding to some of the most beloved programs in America. These cuts are just a piece of the larger Republican puzzle, where they'll use rescissions, impoundment, and pocket rescissions, and that will pave the way for even deeper and more serious spending cuts on things like health care, food assistance, energy, and so many other areas. And other Democratic safeguards will no longer be around. You eliminate the Democrats from the process, there's no discussion, there's no argument, and there are no safeguards that can help the average American. It's just the billionaires running rampant, and we're getting what they want. You want to understand the Republican playbook? Take a look at how they've attacked foreign aid. At the very beginning of this administration, Donald Trump and Elon Musk illegally shut down billions in foreign aid. When they were criticized for it, they hemmed, they hawed, they lied about their actions. The courts had to step in. Now that these programs have fiscal 2025 dollars, Republicans are trying to do it all over again, this time through a cynical rescissions package. They're passing this law to get the outcome they wanted in the first place, gutting U.S. foreign aid. And let me be clear, this is not just about foreign aid, as important as it is. This is the playbook that Republicans will do across the board. They'll do it with health care. They'll do it with the Department of Education. They'll do it with our schools, our veterans, our housing. They'll do it to research dollars. They're just slashing them. I've heard of more instances of great research projects that could have saved lives that are now on hold and can never be brought back again because of the greed of Republicans and of the billionaires and the obeisance of Republicans to go along. It's amazing, cutting medical research where America has always led the world. But now we're going to give that lead to China with what the Republicans are doing. They're already using impoundment. They're using rescissions. They're using pocket rescissions to poison the bipartisan process to break the law to steal funds that Congress appropriated, and they're doing it on a party line vote. Worse, they're letting Donald Trump decide for himself which programs to defund. And that puts everything at risk. Health care, education, food assistance, public health. Everything becomes at risk, and that's what happens if a package like this is allowed to become law. Now, returning to this week's bill, what do this week's cuts mean for families back home? Well, tens of millions of Americans rely on public broadcast for weather alerts, local news, keeping track of City Hall, educational programs, and so much more. This affects most badly rural America, including Native communities. And these cuts couldn't come at a worse time. The floods in Texas remind us that speedy alerts and up-to-the-minute forecasts can mean the difference between life and death. And for millions, public radio and local TV are sometimes the only way to stay up to date. So why the hell is this administration so obsessed with gutting those funds that save lives? It's probably because some whim of Donald Trump's. And he often governs by whim. But then it has disastrous consequences because Republicans just bow to those whims, even though they're without factual basis. They don't look at the facts. They don't care about the facts. Donald Trump wants it, let's do it. Donald Trump may not appreciate the vital role of public media, but people back home know how public broadcast is indispensable. And it's not just local TV stations and public radio that's in danger. These ill-conceived Republican cuts can threaten our national security. These cuts indiscriminately slash billions in critical aid that prevents the spread of disease, fosters economic development, and expands America's cultural impact on the world stage. And believe me, when we fight with foreign aid and programs, diseases in other countries in Africa or Asia, it benefits us because those diseases in this world where people fly from one place to the other all the time, it benefits us because it will prevent those diseases from coming here. Removing PEPFAR from the list of cuts was good, but nowhere near enough, and we're not fooled by a small tweak to this package. These cuts will still leave America weaker, our adversaries more emboldened. After all, foreign aid isn't just about goodwill, it's about our security. Cutting foreign aid will have terrible consequences for our security. It increases the exposure of Americans to global health risks, as I mentioned. The cuts harm funding that directly benefits U.S. farmers, U.S. researchers. They'll damage U.S. companies' market access abroad. They'll make communities around the world more susceptible to terrorist recruitment efforts. China, Russia, meanwhile, will look on with glee. I thought Republicans cared about being strong on national security. I thought they understood the role that the U.S.'s soft power has in keeping the world a safer place for our values. This bill gravely undermines Republican commitments to U.S. leadership around the world, something so many people have prized. If Republicans slash more American aid, it will leave a dangerous vacuum that the Chinese Communist Party will continue to eagerly fill. It is a fact it's happening already in Myanmar, in sub-Saharan Africa, in the race for access to precious minerals. These are places where the CCP is taking advantage of America's absence. And it will have terrible consequences in the long term for our safety, for our security. And these rescissions are only the beginning. We know Donald Trump. We know that Russell Vogt want to send even more rescission packages down the line as soon as next month. Remember, Donald Trump and Republican leaders reportedly struck up a crooked bargain. If the hard-right members of the House Freedom Caucus agreed to support the big, ugly betrayal, Donald Trump would reward them with even deeper cuts to health care and other things that the hard-right despises. Republicans will pursue these cuts by any means necessary, through rescissions, impoundment, pocket rescissions, even if that means taking a wrecking ball to the bipartisan appropriations process to pave the way for future cuts. It could pave the way for more cuts to Medicaid, to education, to nutrition, to agencies like the VA and more, and all this translates to working people having to pay more out of pocket while billionaires pay less in taxes. When people's health care is taken away, when people's local services are taken away, it adds to a family's expenses. It makes life more expensive for people who live paycheck to paycheck. It makes it harder to see a doctor. It makes it harder to afford medications. It makes it more difficult to choose between providing for health care or providing for groceries. And making things even worse, Donald Trump's tariffs coming in at the worst possible time is making inflation go up, jacking up grocery prices, and eating away at family budgets. The tariffs have gone up more than people expected in June, but because so many of those who buy overseas front-loaded their purchases in the first and second quarters, it's very likely the tariffs will go up much more in the next quarter. Republicans say they fight for the middle class. They say they fight for working people. Then they turn around and take investments away from middle America and rural America and make them pay for more out of pocket. Billionaires, meanwhile, have never had it so good thanks to Donald Trump and his Republican loyalists. I yield the floor.
I know we are approaching the hour that was planned for the vote on this motion to discharge this rescission package. I just want to take a couple minutes. I'm going to be voting to oppose discharging this package from committee. It is not that I don't think that we should be doing more when it comes to oversight of our budget. It's not that I don't think that we should be doing more when it comes to ensuring that we're working to get our levels of spending down. But I also think that we need to be doing more as legislators, more as lawmakers, more as senators when it comes to our own authorities, our constitutional authorities, when it comes to the power of the purse. We do rescissions. We do rescissions in our annual budget bills, in our own appropriations bills, in fact, bills that we are working on right now as appropriators. We've got a series of markups that are going to be coming up this week. We had some last week. We do this. We look to provisions that have been included in the budgets. We look to reprogram. We look to rescind. We do that as legislators. There's a good reason, I think, that we haven't seen a successful rescissions package before the Senate in almost 33 years. It's because we've recognized that, hey, that's our role here. That is our role here when it comes to the power of the purse. And so I have several concerns, specific concerns about this package. First, it's unclear to me how the specific accounts that are targeted for the rescission are going to be impacted. Neither the administration nor others have been able to provide that very clear, very transparent explanation about the programs and the priorities that are going to be cut as a result of the measure. Some changes have been proposed to protect global health programs. That's great. That's important. But I think it's important that we have those details, including the ones that are going to be absolutely zeroed out. And so how do we determine the implications for life-saving care, vital resources for women and children abroad? We've got big, broad categories, but I haven't been given the comfort, if you will, that we're not impacting maternal and child health, that we're not impacting HIV/AIDS, that we're not impacting nutrition programs and programs related to tuberculosis, malaria, polio, neglected tropical disease, pandemic prevention, family planning. I think that we are entitled to have that level of detail when these funds that we have authorized, that we have appropriated to, are now being clawed back. I don't think that that is too much to ask. When it comes to the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, my colleagues know I've been a strong supporter. I will continue to be a strong supporter. Where if you don't like what's going on within NPR, you think that there's too much bias there, we can address that. We can address that, but you don't need to gut the entire Corporation for Public Broadcasting. The entity, the program that provides for so much support, particularly for those in rural places. It's not just your news, it's your tsunami alerts, it is your landslide alert, it is your volcano alert, it is the weather to let you know it's safe to go out and get on the fishing grounds, it's your educational programming. I am going to continue to be an advocate for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. So I've got concerns about the contents of the package, yes. I've got concerns about the details that we have not been able to fully receive, but more important than all of that, more important is our role here. I don't want us to go from one reconciliation bill to a rescissions package, to another rescissions package, to a reconciliation package, to a continuing resolution. We're lawmakers. We should be legislating. What we're getting now is a direction from the White House and being told, this is the priority. We want you to execute on it. We'll be back with you with another round. I don't accept that. I'm going to be voting no.
Expired. The question is on the motion. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis,
Lummis, aye.
Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Cornyn, Curtis, Fisher, Grassley, Hawley, Kennedy, Lummis, Scott of Florida. Senators voting the negative: Collins, Hassan, Kane, Klobuchar, Markey, Merkley, Murkowski, Murphy, Murray, Peters, Rosen, Schatz, Schumer, Smith, Welch, and Wyden. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Cruz, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. McConnell, Mr. McConnell, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Kim, Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Cassidy, Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Thune, Mr. Thune, aye. Mrs. Moody, Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Justice, Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Fetterman, Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Padilla, Mr. Padilla, no. Ms. Hirono, Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mrs. Blackburn, Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Warner, Mr. Warner, no. Mrs. Britt, Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. King, Mr. King, no. Mr. Lujan, Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, no. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, aye.
Are there any senators in the chamber who wish to vote or change a vote? If not, on this vote, the yeas are 50 and the nays are 50. The Senate being equally divided, the Vice President votes in the affirmative and the motion is agreed to. So that was the right way, right? Sounds good. Do I need to do anything? Okay.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to calendar 114, H.R. 4.
The question is on the motion to proceed.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin. Thank you. Mr. Banks. Thank you. Thank you. Whiting. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso. Thank you. Got you.
You want to relieve?
Mr. Bennett.
Am I allowed to stand up here? Is that
Yes.
Okay. You guys are the hey, you're the president of the Senate. You're doing whatever you want.
I'm saying that somebody has to be in the chair. Somebody has to be in the chair. Okay, no, it's fine.
Britt.
You guys can come up here and talk to me, right?
Just come up and shake your hand. Great job. Thanks for making your time. Okay, guys. You got me. I got you.
Warner. I got you, Sam. Thank you. You're now.
JD, you don't need it. You stay right.
Look good up there. I saw you.
Thank you.
No, I'm good. I got it. I'm good.
Thank you.
I'm good going down.
Gillibrand.
No.
Thank you. Thank you.
What is it? Not the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. You were the chair of Armed Services. I was going to sit in this chair so I can go shake hands. Absolutely. You honor me.
Thank you. I got you. You are. Wow. Kim. Murphy.
I know.
Thank you. I do, thank you.
Mama side.
Thank you. Cortez.
Yeah, I have.
I got you already, yeah. Thank you. Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester. Thank you. Thank you. I do, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, I did.
Aye. See ya.
Thank you. I do, thank you. Thank you. Okay, I did. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice. I got him. I got you. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lummis, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, gotcha, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Marino, Hall, Ricketts, Risch, Scott of South Carolina, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Padilla, no. Oh, God bless America. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Crapo, aye. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, McConnell, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Banks. Aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Booker, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye.
Are there any senators in the chamber who wish to vote or change a vote? Senator Welch? If not, on this vote, the yeas are 50 and the nays are 50. The Senate being equally divided, the Vice President votes in the affirmative, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the bill.
Calendar number 114, H.R. 4, an act to rescind certain budget authority proposed to be rescinded in special messages transmitted to the Congress by the President, and so forth.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I call up amendment number 2853.
Clerk will report.
Senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune, for Mr. Schmidt, proposes amendment number 2853. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I have 5 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to consideration of SRS 322 submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 322 expressing support for the designation of the month of June 2025 as National Post-Traumatic Stress Awareness Month, and so forth.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Veterans Affairs be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 1815 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
Clerk will report.
H.R. 1815, an act to amend Title 38 United States Code to authorize the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to take certain actions in the case of a default on a home loan guaranteed by the Secretary and for other purposes.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time.
Without objection.
I know of no further debate on the bill.
Is there further debate? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Bill is passed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the motion be reconsidered. The motion to reconsider be considered made laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Wednesday, July 16th, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal proceedings be approved today at the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the 2 leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, morning business be closed, and the Senate resume consideration of calendar number 114, H.R. 4. Finally, that all debate be expired at 1:30 p.m. tomorrow.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order following the remarks of my Democratic colleagues.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
Senator from Wisconsin.
The rescissions package before us reduces access to educational programming for children and locally produced public radio and television programming. It diminishes America's global leadership while eliminating life-saving aid from the world's most vulnerable populations. I want to spend a minute on the impact that this will have on public radio and television, including the disproportionate impact it will have on rural communities. 1 in 4 Wisconsinites live in rural communities, and many rely on public broadcasting for local news, emergency alerts, and free educational programming, especially for children. Wisconsin Public Radio is the primary broadcast relay for Wisconsin's emergency alert system, including amber alerts and life-saving weather alerts like tornado and flash flood warnings. Look no further than the absolutely devastating news out of Texas. Access to high-quality information can truly be the difference between life and death. Access to local news from reporters and sources that community members trust is more important than ever. And stripping away this funding would also endanger local news that is already disappearing in so many Wisconsin communities. In 2024, just last year, almost 20% of our local newspapers shut down in Wisconsin, according to a study by Northwestern University. That same study found that Wisconsin's northernmost county, Bayfield, had no local news sources at all, while 22 counties across Wisconsin had just one local news source. That's where public media plays a critical role in keeping Wisconsinites connected with their communities. Stations like WXPR in Rhinelander, Wisconsin, would be under threat if this package advances. One of the few news sources producing local reporting in Wisconsin's North Woods and Michigan's Upper Peninsula. Or Radio Milwaukee, which because of public funding can broadcast local school board meetings for parents and families to stay in touch with what's happening in their community. Without federal support for public media, this critical information could disappear for Wisconsin families. This is what public broadcasting means for Wisconsinites, but it applies to all the states that we represent. That should be reason enough to oppose this bill on the substance of it. But the other reason is the extraordinary process that's being used to make this change, and the impact that would have on the ability of this body to perform its most basic functions. If passed, this bill would represent the first time this rescissions process is used to pass completely partisan rescissions. And in doing so, we would undo bipartisan agreements. And that is why I oppose this bill, and I hope enough of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will choose to do so as well. The Senate passes bipartisan appropriation bills every year, and they're hard, and they take months of negotiating. And it doesn't always work as well as it should, and members on both sides of the aisle often discuss wanting to return to something we call regular order. We decry full-year continuing resolutions, or CRs, and government shutdowns. We say we want to bring appropriation bills to the floor. This isn't a pipe dream, and I reject the idea that the appropriations process can't work anymore. More often than not, we pass appropriation bills within the first few months of the new fiscal year. Not ideal, but workable. We certainly need to work to make it better, and the full-year continuing resolution we find ourselves in right now is a prime example of it failing. But throwing in the towel, as this bill does, would make it so much worse. And I want to highlight one example of when the appropriation process worked, how it should, that is particularly relevant in this exact moment. It was just a few years ago, in fiscal year 2019, that the Labor, Health and Human Services bill, not the easiest bill, passed the Senate and was signed into law prior to the start of the next fiscal year. Now, at that time, Chairman of the Appropriations Committee, Senator Shelby, along with other Republicans and working with Democrats, vowed to return to regular order and committed to it. In May of 2018, President Trump submitted a rescissions package just like the one we're contending with today. And enough Republicans joined all the Democrats in opposing it. And it failed. And that was the end of it. Then 3 months later, a combined Defense and Labor, Health and Human Services bill passed. It passed the Senate,